We're about to start the City Council meeting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time at 9 a.m. The City Council meeting will be broadcast live on the CCG YouTube page, and you can watch it live on CCG TV. You are watching CCG TV, your local access broadcast government station. Stay tuned for a live City Council meeting at 9 a.m. right here on CCG TV.
Welcome, everybody. If you'd find your seats, we'll go ahead and get the council meeting called to order. Good morning. Before anything else, we're grateful to the Muskogee County School District for allowing us the opportunity to use their facilities. While we appreciate it, Pat, I will acknowledge up front there's probably going to be a few little glitches as we work through this, but we're gonna get through it. We just ask you to be patient as we try to get the right microphones turned on and off. But we are going to begin this meeting as we begin all of our meetings at City Council, and that is by asking for God's blessing and presence on our proceedings. And really excited to have Pastor Thad Haygood from St. Luke join us today. Thad, if you would come up and push that button, and let me see if I can find. There we go.
Test 1, 2. Is it on?
Got it.
All right. Well, let's go to God in prayer. Almighty God, we come before you this morning with humble hearts. We humble ourselves before you, God. We acknowledge that none of us can stand without you. And in this season of gratitude, Lord, I thank you for all those who serve, especially this week as we prepare to celebrate veterans. Lord, we thank you for our veterans and all the men and women who have given of themselves to serve our great nation. They have put service above self, and we are so grateful. Lord, I thank you for each of these servants in this room today. I thank you for those who have given of themselves to serve our community. And as the mayor has said, we come before you first to offer our community up to you. Lord, I pray that you would give us all humble spirits, that you would help us to set aside our own selfish ambitions and vain conceit, and Lord, bind our hearts together for what is best for this community, what is best for the citizens here, what is best for you and for the betterment of your kingdom. God, help us to be about your work. And Lord, I thank you so much for your love for us. I thank you that you came into this world as a human being. You sent us your Son, Jesus Christ, who said, I came not to be served, but to serve. You showed us how to serve. You gave us a humble servant who gave his whole life for us. And so, Lord, we come before you today, seeking to be humble servants, seeking to open ourselves up to your leadership. And I pray that you would stir our hearts, open our eyes, open our ears, help us to be in tune with what you are doing here and now. Lord, we lift up this government shutdown. I place it in your hands, and I pray for your will to be done. I pray that you would reopen our government in your timing and that your spirit would move among us. Lord, again, for our national and our world leaders, give them humble hearts as well. Lord Jesus, we acknowledge you today, and we thank you for your presence. I thank you for these who serve. Bless them and bless this meeting. In your holy and precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. All right, if you would, I would ask you to stand and join me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First order of business, we've got a motion and a second to approve the minutes. We will be doing voice votes all morning, so I will ask if there's any edits anyone would like to see made. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say same sign. All right, minutes are approved. We are going to start with a proclamation. Councilor Huff is going to read a proclamation about Be Smart Building LLC. Are they in the chambers? Yes, sir. Y'all come forward, please. Anybody that's with your group, come on.
Good morning. Okay. Thank you all for being here this morning. It's my pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas St. Jude Children's Research Hospital's life-saving mission is to help cure childhood cancer and pediatric catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. And whereas in the 1960s, the overall survival rate for childhood cancer was 20% and has now reached 80%. And whereas St. Jude hosts more than 40 home giveaways throughout the United States to support this mission. And whereas Be Smart Building, LLC, participated in the program by building a home in the Creek Rise subdivision in Columbus, Georgia in 2025. And whereas Be Smart Building, LLC, and their partners were able to contribute $432,800 to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital through donations, which allows the tickets purchased to directly support the life-saving research and ensures that families never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. And whereas Be Smart Building, LLC, was recognized with the Best First-Year Builder Award, 10% Challenger Award, and Train Award by St. Jude in 2025. Whereas Columbus, Georgia, and the surrounding area continue to make an impact toward the cure of childhood cancer and support area citizens who are dealing with childhood cancer and catastrophic pediatric diseases in their family. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Sunday, November 7, 2025, as Be Smart Building, LLC Day.
Good morning, counselors. First off, thank you for that recognition. We appreciate that very much. If I may just say a few words real quickly about the project. We are starting up this week in the Creek Rise subdivision again. I'm really excited about our second year getting to bring this fantastic opportunity to the Columbus community. Last year we were able to raise $432,000 for St. Jude. This year we have a goal to raise $700,000, and that's only going to be possible with the support of the local community. So thank you for this opportunity to share with you all, and just want to encourage everybody in the community, when the time comes to buy tickets, that's how we're able to do this, and that's how we're able to raise the funds to be able to do what we're able to do. St. Jude is located in Memphis, but they have a much more broad-reaching opportunity than just in Memphis. All their information is very open-handed. They share with our local hospitals here and around the world to save children that are battling catastrophic diseases. So with y'all's support, we know it's possible for us to reach new heights with this and continue to bring this fantastic opportunity to the community of Columbus. So just thank y'all for your time and support. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, we're grateful for what you're doing. You want to introduce the other folks with you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa Servine. I am a program advisor for the St. Jude Dream Home Giveaway Campaign Program, and I am here with, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joshua Woods. I'm the Area Managing Director, so I oversee our team here in Georgia. Thank you again for your support.
And actually, I do want to say just a few quick words. So oddly enough, last year was our first year back in the Columbus, Georgia area, but we were actually here, well, I would say we took a 13-year break. So some of you all may actually remember this campaign, and if not, it's okay. But as you all have said, and as Trent has said, we really appreciate the support. And this campaign is more than just someone buying a ticket and potentially winning a dream home. It is truly about the Columbus community rallying behind St. Jude's mission of finding cures and saving children. So we really appreciate that. And I will say the one thing that we learned about coming back this past year, Columbus, Georgia is all about community, and we truly appreciate the support that we have received this past year. And we're just looking forward to another amazing year too here. So thank you all so much for opening your doors to us this morning. And again, just thank you in general for allowing us to be a part of your community now. So thank you again.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor?
Real quick, Mayor. One question up here. Can you announce who won the House?
This past year?
Yeah.
Yes, her name is Sandra Calhoun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys.
Thank y'all.
If y'all would come up here, we've got your proclamation. It gives us a chance to shake your hand and tell you thank you. If there aren't enough copies in there, you'll let me know. All right, we've got a couple of presentations today, but one has had to cancel. Former dean of our legislative delegation in Atlanta, Calvin Smyrie, a little busy today. He's in the process of putting together a little football game. Fountain City Classic will be held this weekend down at Memorial and A.J. McClung Stadium. But he called, he regrets. He's going to come after the game and give us sort of a rundown of how it went. I think he just really wanted to thank council and the citizens of Columbus and this region for their support. So he'll be here on the 18th. We are going to have a presentation of the Georgia Tech Housing Study. Alan Durham's here, and Pat Frey is going to kick it off.
Yes, sir. I think it's sort of prophetic that we go right behind the Georgia or the St. Jude Dream Home presentation, talking about home and family and connection and collaboration. It is truly my honor and privilege to be able to introduce Alan Durham from Georgia Tech. Alan led the study that we embarked on a couple years ago with our partners at CSU, Georgia Tech, and Troy to do a comprehensive housing assessment for not only Columbus, but for the region. Obviously, today we'll be just doing the presentation for the Columbus-Muskogee County portion, but doing an overall view of what the needs are today, what the needs are in the 5-10 years to come, but also what the needs might be if we have an influx of manufacturing or an industry moves here or a company moves here with more jobs or whatever, what that would look like. And Alan and his team can have a calculator in which they can plug in and all of those formulas work, and we can see what the needs are, not only just from a housing perspective, but from a larger infrastructure perspective, fire department, police department, education, and the like. So without further ado, Alan Durham, Georgia Tech.
Welcome, Alan.
It's great to be here. So normally when I give housing presentations, I spend 1 to 2 hours. I was told I have 15 minutes, so I'm going to breeze through a lot of these slides and just kind of give you an overview of the regional housing market analysis and the workforce housing needs assessment. I would rather this be a two-way conversation instead of me at the podium speaking at you today. So if you need clarification on a slide or if you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me. You can see the link. You all have a printed copy of this in your mayor and council packet to refer to this link to download the study. It's hosted on the United Way's website as well as my department's website at Georgia Tech. I work for the Center for Economic Development Research. I'm a senior economic developer. This is the study area that we took a look at. 6 counties in Georgia: Chattahoochee, Harris, Marion, Muskogee, Stewart, and Talbot. And we jumped across the river in Alabama to pick up Lee and Russell because both of those counties are important to the growth of your overall region. And let me explain how we approach workforce housing. You can see the arch there labeled workforce, which is 80 to 120% of area median income. This is your working middle class. Typically, your housing authority deals with your affordable and support services that are below 80% of area median income. These are subsidized housing like low-income housing tax credit, Section 8, and other voucher programs. When we interviewed people in your region, everyone felt that you were doing an excellent job with your low-income housing subsidies, but your working middle class didn't have a hand up. There are no programs that exist to get your working families out of renting and into home ownership. So this is what your workforce looks like in the region. This is an average wage for the 8-county region based on their industry. You can see your fast food and counter workers are your lowest. You can see what your patrol officers and paramedics and firefighters make, as well as your teachers. So when we talk about workforce housing, these are the people that we're talking about. They make too much money to qualify for housing subsidies. And to give you an idea of affordability, you should spend no more than 30% of your pre-tax income on housing. When you spend over that amount, you're cost burdened. When you spend over 50% of that amount, you're severely cost burdened. So if you have a household making $50,000 a year, the most they can afford on rent is $1,250, and that translates into an affordable home of $155,000. Raise your hand if you've seen a home for sale for $155,000 that you would want to move into. I don't see it anywhere. I'm from Atlanta. It's easily 4 times that in Atlanta. So let me walk you through the study that we did, and I'll explain how you can best use that. Public participation was a very big part of this. We partnered with Columbus State University in Troy to conduct a series of online anonymous surveys, and we have never seen responses like this. We had 433 responses overall, and in addition to those anonymous online surveys, we also sat down face-to-face and interviewed over 100 people in your region, because we pulled the quantitative data to look at the hard numbers, but just as important is the qualitative data. We wanted to understand the story behind what the numbers were telling us. So we interviewed elected officials, appointed board members, government staff, nonprofit leaders, realtors, real estate developers, anyone tied to housing. We wanted to hear their opinions. So this is the way the study is broken down. It opens with an introduction, and we have a regional summary of how all of the counties stack up compared to each other, and I'll run through some of that data with you in a moment. But we also did 8 individual housing market analyses for each of the 8 counties involved, and we sat down and looked at the wages for that 80 to 120% area median income that is your workforce. So for every single county, we looked at what you have on the ground and who can afford it and what your gaps are. Let this sink in for a moment. These are population migration trends in the state of Georgia, 2020 to 2023. The red areas have the largest population loss. The green areas are the highest gains. One of the things that surprises me is Atlanta has really slowed down. We've seen a lot of migration post-COVID, moving down to the Sun Belt, and they're not necessarily coming to Atlanta. They're coming to the smaller communities all across Georgia, including Columbus. You can see Long County along the Georgia coast really stands out here. That's because of its proximity to Fort Stewart. In Muskogee County, you had just the opposite happen with your proximity to Fort Benning. A lot of these population counts are skewed by military personnel. But still, within the study area, you know, number 2, Stewart, number 3, Chattahoochee. You have a serious population decline that's been happening over the last several years. And here's what your metropolitan statistical area looks like. You can see the dip, 2018 pre-COVID. Even since COVID hit, you've continued to lose population here in your region. So the next few graphics I'm going to show you tell you where Muskogee fits in with the other 8 counties. Your unemployment rate, you're kind of in the middle at 4.2. Chattahoochee County, very challenged, over 7% unemployment rate. Lee County comes out at the winner here with only 2.8% unemployment. So we took a look at household incomes in each of the counties in the region, and we compare them to the state. Average household income in Georgia is about $75,000. Alabama, a little bit less, at $62,000. And in your region, your median household income is only $58,500. So you're lagging the rest of the state, and you're lagging Alabama. You can see how those stack up. Harris County, no surprise there. Their median household income is close to $90,000. You can see Stewart is extremely challenged at the bottom with $35,000. These are the wages, average wages by industry for each of the 8 counties in the region. Government is your largest employer, obviously because of the military base. Accommodations, hotels and restaurants, healthcare and social assistance. What really stands out here is the highest wage in your region is for manufacturing at over $81,000 annual salary. This is why Choose Columbus, and this is why United Way and your local governments are investing so heavily in the Chips for Chips program, is we're trying to raise average wages all throughout the region. And you can't really do that by adding restaurants and retail. You need to add real jobs. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. All of this information is in the study if you would like to examine that closer. The housing tenure, you're about 50-50, rental versus ownership in Muskogee County. Your goal should be about 70-30, 70% homeowner occupied versus rental. You have the second highest rents in your region. You're right in the middle with median home values. Harris County is at the top. The median value means half of the people in the county have a home that's worth more. Half of the people in the county have a home that is worth less than $340,000. For Muskogee County, right now you're at $180,000 for all of your residential property. And you can see Stewart at the bottom, around $71,000. What I found interesting was the rate of home appreciation pre-COVID versus post-COVID. Muskogee is highlighted in yellow. You can see the 5-year change was only 9% the 5 years before COVID. Your real estate values in Muskogee County after COVID have jumped 52%. Your housing has gotten incredibly expensive here. This is a map showing your households that spend over 30% of their income on housing. There are some other counties here besides Muskogee that are much harder hit. Let's talk about future population growth. Even though you have seen a declining population, forecasts show that you're going to continue to grow over the next 10 years. Within the whole region, you can expect to add about 36,000 people. Those people are going to require housing. For Muskogee County, you're going to see about 7,500 new residents over the next 10 years, about 1,500 new owner-occupied units, and about 1,500 rental units are going to be needed over the next 10 years to accommodate that. You got to catch up. Over the next 10 years, you're going to be building 3,000 new housing units just to keep up with natural population growth. That means on average, you need to be building at least 300 new residential units per year. And one of the things that we were asked was some of the people at, our client, Pat's one of, Ben is one of them. They were looking at what was happening in Bryan County with the Hyundai Meta plant. The Hyundai Meta plant has about 8,500 employees, but all the ancillary suppliers that we're locating into the region jumped the jobs up to about 14,000. That's almost their entire workforce that exists in that region today. and there's nowhere for those workers to live. They're opening that plant with no housing. So what United Way wanted to know was, what do we need to be prepared for if we land a large manufacturer? And 2 weeks after we submitted the report where we forecast the impact of 500 new jobs, sure enough, you guys landed 520 jobs. So we provided the data for you to understand what's going to happen. As a result of the new magnet announcement with 520 jobs, in Muskogee County, you're going to see a population increase of 371 people. That's going to be about 170 new households. You're going to have 85 new owner-occupied homes, 85 new apartments just to accommodate those workers. And what comes with those rooftop school kids? You're going to have about 110 new children in your school system. About 34 new daycare children are going to be hitting. And these are the numbers for 500. Again, think about 15,000 jobs landing in Bryan County. So let's up the numbers to 5,000. What happens if you have a major economic development win with a manufacturer bringing 5,000 jobs to Muskogee County? You're going to have to immediately build 845 new homes, 845 new apartment units to accommodate that. Your school system is going to be impacted with over 1,100 new kids. So it's not just about, pulling out the gold shovel for the groundbreaking and the giant red scissors at the ribbon cutting. You got to plan for these wins because you have a very effective team that is out there recruiting high-tech chips manufacturing jobs to come to your region. So we wanted to make sure that you're prepared. And what are the questions you need to be asking? Not just how many rooftops, but where are we going to put them? Where the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard crowd, isn't going to come out with pitchforks when you try to put an apartment complex near their subdivision? What price points do you need to handle your workforce? What about your water and sewer capacity? Are you going to need to add more police? Are you going to have to build a new fire station to maintain your fire rating? And, what about your waiting list for your daycare system? These are things that you need to be thinking through as elected officials. And one of the growing trends that we have seen is economic development and workforce housing merging. It's not enough for economic developers to just look at business recruitment, retention, and expansion. You have got to take workforce housing into consideration, or you're flat out just not going to attract companies. They're going to go elsewhere where housing is more affordable. So when we talk about missing middle, we have gotten really great in America at building single-family detached homes, and we've gotten great at building 300-door suburban garden-style apartment complexes. We have forgotten everything in the middle. So that includes duplex, triplex, townhomes. We're starting to build a lot more townhomes to provide more affordable housing. Mixed-use developments, especially in and around your historic downtowns, tend to work well. And I would not want to show up as a developer and ask you to rezone a parcel for a duplex because people will have a heart attack. But there are ways to introduce these into the appropriate neighborhoods that you're trying to revitalize and redevelop. The second image from the left actually shows a duplex that was built in my neighborhood in Atlanta. And it's in the National Register Historic District. It's not your low-slung roof with your red brick and the entire front yard paved with 10 parking spaces. There are ways to design quadruplex, duplex, even small unit apartment buildings that fit into some of your older historic neighborhoods. These are some more examples of missing middle. Small cottage concept, if you look at your historic neighborhoods, your development pattern is typically a 40, 50, or maybe 60-foot wide lot, which your zoning ordinance is not particularly happy with. Personally, I think your best neighborhood in Columbus is your residential historic district just south of downtown. It's absolutely beautiful. You've got 3-story Victorians right next to 1-story shotguns. But your own zoning ordinance will not allow that same neighborhood to be built today. If one of those homes burns down, it has to be rebuilt on the same footprint because it's considered grandfathered. So every community that we work with, we ask you to revisit your zoning ordinances to make it easier to do smaller and narrow lots, which helps lower the price, and start taking a look at smaller square foot homes. Because I guarantee you, with AI and all the data centers that we're going to be needing in the coming years, your electric prices are not going down anymore. Your average family is going to have a hard time affording heating and cooling for a 3,000 square foot, 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. That's just simply not the market anymore. And you have a lot of historic neighborhoods that look like the two houses on the right, as opposed to the shotguns in your historic district that have been restored. You have a lot of opportunity. Y'all are sitting on a gold mine with your historic neighborhoods that can be revitalized. New, smaller housing can be built on infill lots within those neighborhoods to help provide workforce housing. Any of your pre-World War II neighborhoods are ripe for this. And when given a choice, people prefer to live in historic neighborhoods as opposed to new ones. Realtor.com says, depending on the neighborhood, there could be a 30 to 70% premium for the exact same house that's located in a historic district versus one that is located in a subdivision on the outskirts of town. And I hear from communities all the time, that house is too far gone. You know, if other communities have done it, you can too. It's not going to happen overnight, just like your downtown. Took time to get to the condition, beautiful condition that it's at today. It's a great way to deal with absentee landlords, slumlords, foreclosures, tax liens. A lot of communities are utilizing land banks to get control of some of these older, rundown, high-crime neighborhoods with the hope of reinvesting those vacant lots or the foreclosed properties into new housing. So, excuse me, my recommendation is redevelop your obsolete and blighted commercial corridors. Anywhere you have a 1970s, 1980s strip mall where even the Goodwill that replaced the grocery anchor can't even make it. These are excellent opportunities for you to introduce more housing into your community and getting rid of slum and blight involved with some of these commercial properties. Encourage more mixed-use development as opposed to single use. You know, in your downtown, it's a great opportunity for restaurant and retail on the ground floor, residential apartments or condominiums on the top floor. Consider increasing density by decreasing your lot sizes in appropriate areas. I'm not saying go build a quadruplex in the middle of Stately Oaks subdivision. That's not going to fly anywhere. But look at your older neighborhoods and consider doing so. Again, revisit your zoning ordinance to make sure the kinds of neighborhoods at the price points that you want to see are actually allowed by your zoning ordinance. And you might need to sit down with your fire marshal as well to go over some of the codes. For example, if you want a triplex or a quadruplex infill in your neighborhood, but the fire marshal wants the whole thing sprinkled, that cost is going to kill your project. Partner with your nonprofits, your United Way, some of your home builders. And as leaders, this is one of the things that we heard, especially in Columbus, Muskogee, is your residents want you to take a lead on workforce housing. They want you to make that a priority. One of my coworkers has a great quote: everything doesn't belong everywhere, but everything belongs somewhere. You might not want to live in a mobile home on 10 acres, but someone else might. You need to allow them to do that. I know a lot of us, well, a lot of you, not me, have a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, beautiful suburban brick house that was built 5 years ago. Not everyone can afford that, and we're leaving entire generations out of the market. The average age of the first-time home buyer this year has jumped to 38. So if you're a 40-year-old and you're buying your first home, Your 30-year mortgage isn't going to be paid off until you're 70. You're not going to be able to retire and go on a fixed income. So focus on your downtown. My advice to you, you have a lot of surface parking in your downtown that can be replaced with residential, higher density units. For first-time home buyers, the fastest growing population is single people. 22% of the first-time home buyers are single females, 10% are single males. They're not buying a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom suburban house. But you're not offering the loft apartments, the 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit that would help get your first-time home buyer into the real estate game. Neighborhood revitalization we talked about. Commercial corridors, you've already got tax allocation districts in place. Community improvement districts, your downtown has a business improvement district already. Take a look at some of your public land that you might own. Maybe an old school building that could be converted into loft units. If you're sitting on vacant land, it might be great for a stadium, but you might also want to make sure that you put residential in with that development as well. So what I want you to take away from this very brief, and it was brief to me, I don't know about you guys, workforce housing is economic development. We need to change our mindset. You need to realize that if you're getting 15,000 new jobs, you better have a plan on where those people are going to live. Number two, increase density and build more missing middle housing to provide more affordable rooftops for your workforce. You want a variety. Don't just build single-family detached. Don't just build large apartment complexes. Build everything in the middle that is missing. And retail follows rooftops. Before I came here, I checked, and your vacancy rate in your historic downtown area is 11.5%. It should be around 3%. If you put more housing next to your historic downtown area, the people who live walking distance to your restaurants, your bars, your service providers, and your shops, they're built-in customers. So if you want to decrease your vacancy in downtown, introduce more housing. And doing infill on smaller lots increases affordability, and it helps you tackle your blighted neighborhoods. And build where you already have infrastructure. You already have a street grid in your downtown. You've already got water and sewer. A lot of it needs to be updated. But it's still going to be a lot cheaper to build where you already have infrastructure than it is running new roads, new water and sewer, and new broadband out into suburban areas that are not already served. So with that said, any questions?
Yes, we've got a few. Not really sure who's that. I think that's Councilor Anchor.
Thank you. How did you rate the values in one of the earlier slides that it went up since COVID 52%? How was that number achieved? I mean, how did you get the data?
We got the data from the U.S. Census Bureau, the ACS American Community Survey 2023 update, and then we filled in the blanks with Realtor.com, active listings.
And is there any explanation on what the main cause of that was?
Yes, so one of the things that we have seen during and after COVID was heavy migration throughout the United States of people leaving California, leaving the Northeast, and moving to the Sun Belt. Typically, Texas and Florida were the main recipients of that, but a lot of people moved to Georgia. And those that did move to Georgia weren't necessarily moving to Atlanta. They are moving to the smaller cities, Macon, Savannah, Gainesville, and Columbus.
So I was trying to relate that to the median house cost of $180,000. You said that was the middle, $180,000. And does that mean 52%? That number used to be half of 180,000. I don't know how to do the math on that, but that seems like a 180,000 median price of a house to have jumped in 4 years, 52%. We used to be a lot cheaper. And I wanted to ask this question about affordable living when it relates to, were there any parts of property tax that affected some of the data that you studied?
Your property tax policy is something that we heard a lot from the people that we interviewed. A lot of people don't think that it's fair, and to be honest with you, that was outside of our scope to evaluate your tax policy.
Did they say what was not fair?
The property tax freeze, where you could buy a new house and be paying 3 times the property tax compared to someone who lives right next door.
Okay. And I'm curious, you know, I'm gonna listen to this again. It was full of good information. I think it was an excellent summary. I would like to hear the 2-hour presentation.
I'm more than happy to sit down with you
I think
for
it'd
2
be
hours.
wonderful
Yeah.
if some real critical key players could meet together with you. This is exhilarating and exciting, what we have to do. It's necessary. I heard you stress this to us. And I'm just interested in studying it more with the experts. I'm not an expert, but I see the workhouse need. But I also see the affordable living that we've had in the past. And I've seen, you know, when you say Muskogee County has gone up 52%, you compare it to all the other counties, that scares me when you compare it to all the other counties. And we're a county that's been losing residents and not growing, and we're trying to get back into it. But one of our good advantages was our fair cost of living.
Affordability.
Affordability.
Yes.
I think we've started to lose that, and if we're not careful, it's gonna cause a streaming effect. And I wanted to know, if you could prioritize, what can this group do? Number one, is there one single thing that we can do as counselors to help initiate the working class housing crisis that we have? Is it zoning? Is it parking? Is it, I didn't hear the clear focus of what we can do.
I think revisiting zoning, one of the things that we heard from developers was they have flexibility with your PUD, your planned unit developments, your mixed-use ordinance that applies for large acreage. So they could kind of come in and do a unique design that doesn't necessarily conform with your traditional zoning requirements. And what I heard from developers looking at incremental development in your historic neighborhoods doing infill is they wish they could use something like PUD to build an appropriate smaller house that has less lot size coverage, less setback from
And you
front
know
yard
that-
and side yard.
That is an emotional fight amongst residents who've lived together a certain way for a long time, right? So you've seen this in other communities. I was curious, one of the most changed communities I've seen in Atlanta in recent years was just west of Mercedes. How did they do it there? Mercedes Stadium.
They adjusted zoning. That was their
zoning.
main approach. And they specifically set out to target developers to build the price points that they needed in that area.
This was so good. I can't wait. I hope I can get a wider swath of your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, Pat, well, happy to set that up. I could spend 4 hours with you guys going through housing presentations and coming up with a strategy.
And I'd like to say one more thing, Mayor.
Okay, we'll hit your light again. No. Who's now?
Yeah. I was real happy to see that manufacturing is a high sector of good to a community. You know, we were a textile manufacturing community, and I think it got dirty. It got being not in vogue to make things and graduate high school and go work in a factory. And these things are important. And our government has swelled to be number 2. Yeah. And we need our great servants, and we have great employees. And healthcare, number 3, is everybody's biggest pain. So I do want to see us grow the manufacturing and the base and the working class. And this is critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis? Your light's on. Do you have anything to say?
Okay. You hear me? Okay, good. A little different than where we usually hold our council meetings, but that's a great question, Council Anchor. You asked about what can we do as a body. I think the key thing that we need to focus on is prioritizing in this area And it's not just prioritizing. I think that to make it happen in Columbus, Georgia, with what I know, I think we're going to have to incentivize. I think we're going to have to really focus on our redevelopment powers, things that we have, tools we have to offer carrots, incentives, things like that. And you're going to have to do it, I think, in a way of creating these partnerships with developers in order, not ownership. I'm not talking about ownership or anything like that. But if they're going to bring a product to the market and they're going to meet a certain need in what we're looking for and how we're trying to build the character in our communities, not just, you know, throwing it in just to infill everything because we think we have a need, but building character at the same time.
Quality, not quantity.
Quality and character, but in order to do that, you're going to have to create partnerships in order to see it through. We can do that. We can do that. We've got so many properties, especially in the uptown area, that, you know, with a little creative thinking, we can change the environment and maybe incentivize redevelopments to jumpstart them. And it's going to take priority thinking, okay, and focusing in that area, and it's going to take the will to do it. But I think we can do that. And, you know, there's challenges with our developers on the development side too, of what you can actually put on the ground and what you can actually sell and market and what people can actually buy. And I know this is a blueprint, it's a model, it's a study, but I also know that there's a lot of variables that we're not including in here that play in. You know, the key thing now with the younger generation and even the older populace is interest rates. Yeah. I mean, it is, you can talk about this stuff all day long, but if interest rates, we don't have them where we need to be. You just can't, with the numbers you showed.
Yeah.
An average salary, I mean, just do the math. You can't make it work. So, you know, it's wishful thinking. So those are going to be key things too, or things that we're working against, that's working against us in our community, that really it's not displayed here. But there's a lot of other variables. I've got a couple, it was good information. I've got a couple questions I wanted to ask you. When you were doing your research, we have, you know, Harris County, I think, is known for one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing communities for the retirement community, and that's an economic engine in itself. You know, and I noticed it was green. But I didn't see Alabama on the other side, the other counties, our neighbors over on the other side of the river, that played into some of those numbers and what they're able to offer. You know, I see a lot of, you talk about a lot of people leaving, but they may not be leaving. They may be going to other areas and just moving around because it's more affordable. They can make their numbers work. They can make their budgets work, things like that. And I do think that plays into it. Did you consider the retirement factor that we have in Muskogee County and our surrounding counties?
Yeah, especially as it relates to the military base and people retiring from there. If they're retired and they stay in the community, they still count as a household. They were still included in the census numbers that we pulled. I think where a lot of your population loss is coming from is when there's major downsizing at Fort Benning, number one. And number two, your brain drain. Your younger generation from Jordan or Columbus State University, they leave and go to other markets that have jobs that pay better and they have more affordable housing options. So I think it's more your younger generation that you need to be concerned about keeping here. They're your workforce of tomorrow, right, not necessarily your retirees.
No, and that's a good point, but we, you know, it's another one of those variables. You know, we're dependent on Fort Benning. Yeah. And, you know, changes happen all the time. I remember BRAC, you know, the studies and, you know, the conversation at the time was, you know, we were going to get hit with a tsunami. Well, that didn't necessarily play out, but, you know, you still have to plan in these areas. So the changes are always happening, and we're dependent on Fort Benning, extremely dependent on Fort Benning. I was glad to hear you also say about not building your community on multifamily and retail. I heard you say that. I've been saying that for a long, long time, that you cannot do that. Those are the legs of the stool that will crumble as soon as you get an economic downturn. The other thing I wanted to ask you, in your study, if you really look at the demographics, if you really look at what's going on within our community, we've got a lot of people that own a lot of property, individual owners that rent out a lot of property. That's what we have. We got a lot of people in that business, and they've got a lot of units, and they take up a lot of the things that you were talking about. I mean, it's rental property, and that's what they do. We also, what I saw was a dynamic that really has changed, though, and we've kind of had these arguments here at the council chambers, two of them, one with valuations and the other one with third-party entities on the outside coming in. I still get the phone calls every day. I want to buy your house. I want to buy your house. I want to buy your house. I mean, you're getting these big financial institutions backing people across the country now that are coming in and just eating up
those are the
everything in the market.
Blackstones.
What?
Blackstone.
Yeah, I didn't want to call out a name, but.
Well, it is what it is, and it's known as BTR, or build-to-rent neighborhoods. So that's number one, where a large real estate holding company or real estate investment trust or an investment firm will buy up land, develop an entry-level subdivision, and rent it. And that's taking away the ability of first-time homebuyers and young families to even get in the market. And not only are they doing build-to-rent communities, but they're buying up existing homes with the phone calls that you mentioned. And and they did that as a hedge against inflation. I'll be quite honest with you. Years ago, when they started that, they saw inflation was going to happen. They knew real estate was going to go up, which is why they made that play when they did. And communities are trying to, tackle this. Airbnb is another one. It might not be an issue here, but it is in Atlanta, and it is when you get into the cabins in the North Georgia mountains.
No, and that's what I was going to ask you. I don't know if, again, I know this is a roadmap, but I don't know if those variables are entered into the equation of what we're talking about, because we've got a lot of that, a lot of it. I don't know, I didn't see the percentages, but I would love to have a study just on that to see what kind of percentages we're talking about in those areas, which could actually be working against. I mean, I bring up the point because I think it works against us.
Well, the data is available through your tax assessor's office, and, we could certainly do a study, but I did mention for Muskogee County, you're 50% rental and 50% owner, which I'm assuming those owner properties are homestead exemptions, which is how we could track that through your tax assessor. But, statewide, it's 70% ownership, 30% rental. So you do have a lot of rental properties here. And I would rather see local landlords, like you mentioned, as opposed to out-of-state landlords that don't take care of it. I've done housing work for other communities where so much of the property is absentee and they're slumlords. They just let it decay to the point where it has to be condemned and bulldozed. So I like that rental is staying here as opposed to, too many outsiders.
Well, I think that we've got a lot of that, and that's something we need to think about. I don't know how you deal with that. Look, it's a business.
Code enforcement is an issue too.
Yeah.
If those are problem properties.
Than you and I, right?
Yeah.
And they can come in and do some things with it. But that works against you when you're trying to have, home ownership, which is what you're talking about. The other one, my next question is, that kind of goes along with this. You talked about affordability and that, I think I mentioned the interest rates and other variables, including what I just talked about. People kind of, I'm going to say manipulation lightly.
Yeah.
But, I think you can control a market in the situation I just previously described. I think you can control a market, and therefore there's no incentive to bring the rents down. and trying to make your numbers work at the same time. So I feel like that's working against us too.
Well, and it's a supply-demand economics 101. If you increase your supply of housing, your price is going to go down. You know, not necessarily for your 4-3, but for some of your 1- and 2-bedroom rental units. If you start increasing that, you're going to bring the prices down.
Well, I hope so. We've got a lot of units that are about to come on the market that we've approved and are already being developed in development stage, which we talked about. We need home ownership of 300 a year, but I'm talking about thousands of units that are about to come on the market. They're still rental, and, you know, I think those rates have somewhat been fixed, you know. There's and anyway, so we're gonna leave it at that. The next thing is, and people heard me talk about this a lot, about trying to get the millage rate down. I think in the last 5 years, we've had valuations on our properties and revaluations that have really gone up. And the only way to deal with aggressive valuations is to counter. Well, you counter it by lowering the millage. You got a high valuation, yeah, it's good for the homeowner, but the taxes are killing you, so you got to counterbalance that. So you lower the millage if you have extreme valuations.
I would vote for you.
Well, I'm trying. Sometimes, you know, there's different mentalities and different thought process to all that. But you just don't have it here, which is good in some areas, because we're getting, you know, we've said this a long time ago, we have a tax freeze, but, you know, the people who were under the tax freeze have now, we've seen the last 5 years, sold their homes, or they've passed away and things have happened, and all those properties are being reevaluated. And we're the benefactor. This government's the benefactor. We're collecting a lot of money and new money because of that. So I think that's something that we have to talk about as a council on these valuations and really try to understand that. The third thing I wanted to, or the fourth thing I wanted to mention in your, is the demographics and the people that we're talking about. I think we're seeing a lot more transient type people building in our community. We see a lot more transient people than we have in the past. A lot of the younger generation wants to get out and explore, go other areas, and we just see that, you know, people. There's not that, you know, what I used to do, there used to be a loyalty, but not anymore. I mean, you just go to the highest bidder, but people are transient more because they're moving and they're not staying in one job for 5 or 10 years. You know, it may be 1 or 2 years and then they move. Well, the thought behind that is, I'm not going to buy. I'm not going to be a homeowner. I'm going to rent because I want to be transient. I don't know where I'm going to be tomorrow. Yeah. And I like my flexibility. So you have that. I think, I don't know if that plays into the study, but, you know, these are things I know that's working here in Muskogee County that are somewhat variables that, you know, I don't know if they're included, but we're working against some of these factors.
Yeah, I think if you look at the real estate that's changing hands, it's primarily baby boom and Gen X. And the millennials were really the first ones that wanted to remain transient. And Gen Z, who were just about to graduate from college right now, they're scared. They don't think they're ever going to be able to own a home. And that's a generation that grew up with Instagram, right? And seeing fancy clothes and trips around the world. And Gen Z is doing something called doom spending. Now that you've heard me say it, you're going to hear it pop up. Instead of saving up for a down payment, Gen Z is like, I'm just going to spend this money while I'm young. So they're entirely giving up on ever owning a home. And that's really scary, because owning a home is the fastest way to build wealth in America. It's the American dream. And, you know, millennials got a double whammy from the housing market implosion that led to the Great Recession, and then they got hit over the head with the COVID shutdowns. And, you know, Gen Z watched that and they're a little bit shy about investing in real estate. And the transient thing is an issue, but I will tell you, like I said, economic development is not anymore just about business recruitment, retention, and expansion. Now more than ever, it's about quality of life. And when I look at what you have done with your downtown, and you have your festivals and your parades and your fireworks, this is a place that people want to live. I have so much faith in Columbus and a lot of the other mid-sized cities in Georgia, because it's a great place to live. You don't have the traffic that I deal with in Atlanta every day, or the crime, or the graffiti, or the problem school systems, or the crazy high taxes. That's what is drawing people out of metro Atlanta and into these smaller sized cities. So they might remain transient, and they might not ever want to buy. You know, maybe they'll live here for a few years and decide to move to, you know, Macon instead, just to see what it's like. That is a Gen Z issue, but you're correct. Most of the real estate changing hands is between boomers and Gen X right now.
Right, and I'm gonna wrap this up and let some of my other colleagues ask questions. You know, I'm gonna be personal here, okay? And I have family members and children, and they wanna move, they wanna buy a home, they wanna buy a new home. But I keep telling them, you can't. You know, do the math. Do the math, and it goes back to the interest rates and the budget and what they have to deal with today, and just to, you know, to make their budgets work or to survive. But you know, a lot of that is a culture. You're going to have to change the way you do things in order to do what we're talking about here. To afford a home, you just can't do a lot of other things. You know, you can't have all the other luxuries of life if you really want to do that. But, you know, they've got down payment money. They've got these kind of things, but they just can't with the valuations that you talked about. Whether it's in Muskogee County, Harris County, Russell County, they just can't have the valuations, and then with the interest rates and having to borrow money, you know, they have to find a way to bridge that gap, but they can't do it.
Well, and again, look at the product that's on
I guess
on,
what I'm
on the
saying
ground.
is they're staying stable where they're at, and
Right.
that seems to be the affordable option.
But if you, and we talked to a lot of developers and home builders and realtors who said, you know, as soon as a 4-bedroom and 3-bath house comes on the market, it's gone in a week. The generation you're talking about, Gen Z, is not interested in a 4-bedroom and 3-bath house. One of the communities that we're doing a housing project with, in their city hall basement, they came across the original blueprints from a mill village that was 1-bedroom, 1-bath houses, 2-bedroom, 2-bath houses. They took those old blueprints to an architect and said, bring this up to code with electrical and plumbing. And they pre-approved those. So anyone that wants to build infill lots in their historic neighborhoods, they've already got the plans ready to go, and they're smaller units. They're not 4-bedroom or 3-bath. They're maybe 2-bedroom, 1-bath that Gen Z would rather live in than a 600 square foot apartment.
Well, you provided us with this study, a lot of golden nuggets. I think there's a lot of variables that we have to deal with too, that some of it we don't have any control in. I really appreciate it. This was right at the tail end of your presentation. You said exactly that. I agree with you. We're going to have to look at those other kind of options. But I'll also go back to what I first said. I don't think, if we're going to make progress, we're going to have to prioritize. We're going to have to look at incentives. We're going to have to look at partnerships. We're going to have to look at economic development tools and focus it on exactly what you're talking about, housing, if that's what we really need to do. And we only have so much, so we may have to say, okay, some of this stuff over here that we traditionally have done, we can't do that because we're going to focus and prioritize on what you're talking about. And I think that might be a way to start chipping away at it. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Counselor.
Great questions.
Counselor Chambers?
Thank you. Quick question. Now, the study, does your study identify enough land available for housing growth over the next 10 to 20 years?
So we were tasked with analyzing your housing market and identifying your workforce housing needs. So actually identifying individual parcels or assemblages was outside the scope of our work. You know, we could come back and take a look and make recommendations on where your large tracts are. You know, we could go in and if you pick a neighborhood or two that you really want to see redevelop, you know, we could go in and map all the vacant lots and make recommendations on infill housing strategies. But that was outside the scope of the work for this project.
Okay.
And it would have been really difficult for us to do that for all 8 counties.
Right. One other question. I know you touched on the medium income here in Muskogee is 58,500.
Yep.
And I guess that's the total combined income of all family members in a household.
That's correct, but the term household is also a one-person household. So we use median household income as opposed to other measures because it was a broader measure, right? So half of the households make more, half of the households make less, and the size of the household does contribute to that. But yes, it's everything from a one-person household up to, say, a married couple that's working and either has kids or they're taking care of an elderly parent. That includes everything.
So a married couple, that's two.
That's 2 incomes in your 58.5, yes.
Combined.
Correct. Not a lot of money.
Wow. So what and you probably touched on this, what is the percentage of households that are spending over 30%?
That information is in the study. There's a specific analysis of only Columbus, Muskogee that you can pull out. That information is in there. I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Kogle.
Thank you for the presentation. That was very insightful. You know, we do have a tremendous amount of strong leaders that are in our community, and I think going forward into the future here, we need to put together some working groups with our developers and with other members of the community and make sure that we're all on the same page and we're tracking towards the same goal. On Councilor Chambers' point, I do think it would be really helpful if we could look at the previous city plan and what you would come up with as far as where those areas of growth really are, and or the opportunities for those the opportunity for those areas of growth are, and if they match up with our previous city plan.
Right.
I think that would be helpful for council is if we're looking at rezoning, if we're looking at working with our developers in the future, if they marry up with where the city is really projected to go in the next 10 to 20 years. I was encouraged to see the suggestions on repurposing some of our blighted property. I think we've got as you've been driving around, I'm sure, and interacting with some of the citizens, I'm sure you've been educated on our massive amount of blight that we have in Columbus, and I think providing some of those incentives going forward is going to be is going to be not lucrative, but it will be attractive to those people who are looking to build and invest in Columbus. So is there a way that we can get a copy of the whole presentation that would be great. Thank you so much, Pat.
Yeah, so when we did the surveys and the interviews, more so in the interviews than the online surveys, code enforcement was consistently brought up with just about everybody we interviewed with Columbus, Muskogee. People do want to see more code enforcement, and one of the developers actually mentioned the use of CDBG funds to tear down blighted properties. And the more I thought about that, wouldn't it be better, instead of losing a rooftop, to invest CDB money earlier to prevent the property from becoming slum and blight? It may be an elderly person that can't afford to replace the roof, or the front porch is falling off. Maybe instead of allocating CDBG funds to demolish those properties, spend it earlier to make sure that it never gets to that serious condition. So there are some options that can be kicked around and explored. But code enforcement in your blighted neighborhoods constantly came up in our interviews.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a lot of proactive measures in advance to our blighted properties. So, you know, those are opportunities that we as a council need to take a look at, but also create those partnerships with members of our community as well. So thank you for the presentation. It was really insightful, and I think a lot of people and a lot of our citizens will get a lot out of that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got a couple of points. I appreciate the presentation, and if you do have one with Councilor Anchor, I'd love to sit in on it too. I'd love this, really good. I really enjoyed it. Question, the slide you showed with the higher salaries outside of Columbus, and the slide you showed with the migration out of Columbus. It goes back to the central business district. I mean, as people begin to make more money here in Columbus, they move to the outside Harris County or other counties. So, but we don't get credit for them working here, because your measurement was showing higher salaries in Harris County, but they actually get paid in Columbus.
That is correct. So the median household income that is shown in the study for Harris County is for people who live in Harris County. In the study, we did include for every county commuting patterns. So you can see the number of people who live and work in Harris and the number of people who commute out, usually to Columbus. So that analysis was done for each individual county.
Okay, I didn't remember seeing that up there.
No, because I only had 15 minutes to do slides.
Well, I just want to make the point that
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
they do work.
You're the employment center.
Yeah.
And, you know,
All right, thanks, sir.
you're the star of the show here in Columbus. Everyone's depending on you.
Thanks.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. Just a little bit of background, since you don't know who I am, but I am a real estate agent. So I live these trends. And since 2020, cash buyers have been kings and queens on steroids.
Yep.
So my concern is we build additional workforce, housing, but these corporations will come in with their cash dollars and beat out our buyers every time. For an example, I wrote 7 offers up for one of my clients, 7, and they got beat out every single time, except the 7th, by a cash buyer. And on the 7th, they went $30,000 over the ask price, no due diligence period, no repairs, and they got the house. So that is a struggle that is not in your report, that is real. So we can create more housing, but if we don't find some way to allow these buyers to compete with these corporations that are buying up these housing, and they do, they buy them up, and then those houses are no longer on the playing field anymore. They're taken off, and so you're working with supply and demand. And this has been something that has been real to me, and I've talked to Pam, I've talked to Will. There's several of us counselors that have been talking to Will Johnson, who is our planning director. And he is going to be speaking next week on some ideas on what we can do. So we're kind of, we've been proactive trying to work on this, and I'm really, after hearing this, I'm really looking forward to hearing what Will has to say, because I think he's been working with some stakeholders that have come up with some very creative ideas, and they are in line with what you're talking about. Another thing that I think we need to do is we need to start selling these ideas to our citizens, because they are a little bit trepidatious about these zoning changes and the changes in the housing market and how it affects them. They're afraid that it's going to lower their property values. And if you look at this slide where property values went up 25%, I think that is, that's a little bit misleading, because I think that has happened because these cash buyers have come in and purchased properties above list price. And, but even it could dip for a little bit. The only time that the housing market has dipped was in the 2007 timeframe. It's always gonna go up. It's a very solid investment, and that's how I talk to my clients about, this is an investment that you keep for a long time, or you leverage it to get something more. So anyway, we do need to start having some discussions with neighborhoods that have some available land next to them, and how that, like what you said, how it creates economic development. Economic development actually builds on house values, doesn't decline house values. And then also, I think that the Greater Columbus Home Builders Association may already have the information that we need about the available land and where they might be going, development might be going. And so we may not have to do that if they already have the numbers. I think they may already have them. So I can reach
couple
out to them.
of thoughts on your comments. Number one, Habitat for Humanity. Their model for picking who to sell to is very specific, and that whole purchasing process through Habitat for Humanity would prevent a cash buyer that doesn't qualify from swooping in and doing this. And I've also seen communities where they use nonprofit organizations or a development authority or a housing authority to maintain ownership of the land. And they lease that land to the person for $1 a year or whatever it is, but the person actually owns the house on the property. So that gives the development authority the right to pick and choose who and at what income level to sell that property to, which again would exclude your major corporations. So communities out there are trying to get creative. So I would be really excited to hear what your planning director comes up with too. Because we're trying to crack that nut at Georgia Tech. We're working with, gosh, almost 36 different communities right now on housing issues. So great points. Thank you.
Mr. Durham, thank you. Obviously, it's sparked a lot of conversation and interest. It's going to continue. I think if you ask leaders in every city and every county in the state of Georgia, and most of them in the United States, what their single biggest challenge is right now, it's going to be housing, affordability, and part of it's generational, but a lot of it is economics, and it's just driving it. So thank you very much. We want to thank the United Way for bringing this today too, and I can almost promise you there's going to be an opportunity for everybody around this table and anybody in this community that wants to get involved and invested in trying to help us address this challenge. So Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hang on, we got Counselor Davis.
Mr. Durham, thank you again for the presentation. Like I said, I think there's a lot of golden nuggets in there. I would ask the council, I think our departments, I believe the appropriate departments are working on some of these things. And, you know, we need also, Mayor, we need to start thinking about, Mr. Durham said it, about making changes, necessary changes that maybe our UDO doesn't cover at this point. But think about it, we have not really looked in depth in some areas of our UDO in how long? Quite a long time, plus a lot of other things like our tree ordinance. There's a lot of things that we can look at to update and bring up to date. But I think it's going to take that. It will take that. I'm going to ask council, one of the things that I'm going to bring to council and a request is a change that deals exactly with what Mr. Durham is talking about. And, you know, I've mentioned about the number of units with multifamily. We have a tremendous amount of multifamily. Well, I think even our developers recognize that, which is interesting, and that they bought into it, and they have asked that we really look at right now our UDO allows for the maximum amount of units on an acre, which is a lot of units. And some people, we're starting to see it coming from out of town. They don't necessarily have Columbus in their best interest. It's all about the money and massing units on an acre. And we need to understand that, but our local developers see that. Like I said, it works against us, but they have asked that we will support them in lowering the number of units per acre on multifamily. And I'm in agreement with that, and I'm a supporter of that. And you're even seeing, this is secondhand information, okay? But even I've heard that places like Harris County and other counties are kind of putting up some boundaries to their experience, maybe other problems that are being created by a mass influx of new residents in their counties. So they're having to put up some restrictions. Well, I think we need to consider that too if we really want to work on some of these things that Mr. Durham in the study has told us today. So that will be coming soon. I think it's being worked on by our planning department, and hopefully we can get that done before the year's over with. Right. I would ask for your support, my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Mr. City Attorney, if you want to hit your light on. There we go. It's your agenda, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Got a short business agenda, but it is two very important items that we're going to talk about. The first one up is an ordinance that would approve a policy governing the use of artificial intelligence as addendum 6 to the technology policy. Jeremy Miles and Forrest Tully are here from IT, and they can answer any questions you might have.
Okay, that's first reading, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Any questions down the line? Did you want to comment, Mr. Tully?
Just two things. One is my granddaughter said if I get up on stage, I have to mention her name. And I said, well, I don't really get on stage, but I'll be in front of council today. So shout out to my granddaughter who's 8, Emma. Now about AI. The policy basically is to remind everyone that AI should be used like any other tool, and you don't want to break any of your privacy policies. Everyone uses AI all the time when you say, hey, Alexa, hey, Siri, hey, Google, hey, whatever. And you also do it if you have it summarize meetings or anything else. So this is just trying to get our hands around, reminding everyone that to use it in a safe manner, needs to be approved. You don't put PII in it, personal identifying information. And you don't break any other laws when and that's just what the ordinance basically says. It just reminds them that all of our other ordinances and all our other acceptable uses also apply to artificial intelligence. But it's something that everyone uses every day. You call the bank, it says, enter your 18-digit number, who's your mom's maiden name, all that's AI. So everyone's familiar with it. We just want to get a handle on it. We want to make sure it's safe. And we also have inside our government tenant, in other words, inside what Muskogee County has, the city of Columbus has, our co-pilot keeps all our information in, because the way the model works is if you're just out on the internet and you type in stuff, anybody else who types it in is going to get your information. But if you use the government tenant, the one that belongs specifically to us, that information stays inside. So basically this is an ordinance and to just clarify what we already know we should do.
All right, thank you. Councilor Tucker?
Thank you. Thank you all for working on this. It was very interesting when I was at a conference and we was talking about AI, and I think it was either Gwinnett or DeKalb that was giving information, but this has been the conversation no matter what conference I attend in reference to making sure you have guardrails around AI, and I'm happy that you said that we have the government tenant, so kind of like a intra AI, and it's very important that we use that and that we kind of push our staff not to use the open source AI because it will become a little troublesome. And they gave examples of those incidents in other communities. But I appreciate you all for working on this and working on it quickly to get the ordinance. So thank you.
Okay. If that's all the questions, Mayor, we'll bring that back and vote on it in 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Tully and Mr. Miles. The second item has been a long time coming. We're going to let council vote on a quitclaim deed of farmer's market property at 318 10th Avenue. Quitclaim deed to the state.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion on that item? There does. Councilor Anchor?
I can vote first if that's all right, and then I'll comment.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Councilor Anchor?
I just wanted to acknowledge, I'd like to ask if Ken Henson could speak a minute, and I wanted to acknowledge, when I called and to learn about this a little bit more, I think it's just a 1, 2, 3 knockout for our whole administration. And, I don't even know who all was behind it, Councilor Kogel and Glenn Davis, but City Attorney did a great job. If you could comment a few words, Ken, about how you went to the state and did this with the Department of Natural Resources using, this was a solutions-driven ordeal.
We need a vote to hear from Mr. Henson.
Oh, do we?
Yes, sir. Would they call somebody up out of the audience?
Can I make a motion to hear from?
All right, motion second. All in favor to hear Mr. Henson say aye.
Can you comment, sir,
Excuse me, Councilor Anchor, let me finish calling the question if you don't mind, sir. So are there any opposed? All right, Mr. Henson?
Passes.
Welcome.
I think probably we need to thank Clifton and
Hit the button.
You hit that.
Lucy and Joanne and Glenn, the rest of the councilors for hiring Chuck Palmer to work through the problems of trying to redevelop the farmer's market property. I'm just grateful that the soccer's going to go there and that we've got an opportunity to do something real nice.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your help, your efforts. Good job.
Yeah, we do appreciate the help from Mr. Palmer at Troutman, the State Properties Commission attorneys. Took some thinking out of the box. Ms. Sheftal worked long hours on it, but it was a deed back to the state and a lease to Columbus, and now a sublease to the recreational soccer group. But we thank everybody for their work on it.
Councilor Kogel?
I just want to say a big thank you to the city attorney. I know I'm not the most patient person in the world, and I've knocked on your door many times and sent you a lot of emails. So This is a really big win for this area of the city, and adding 3 extra soccer fields into a place that's closer to South Columbus than Woodruff Farm Complex is going to be great for our recreation, especially the amount of soccer players that we have in the city. I know last time we had talked about it, the Woodruff Farm had a 200 to 250 child waiting list to play soccer, and so that just speaks to the testimony of the need in the city. And so I'm very thankful for all the help that council has put into this, the city attorney and Mr. Henson as well. So big win for the city, and I'm happy to be along the way on it.
We're looking forward to seeing Mr. Henson out there planting some grass real soon.
Councilor Davis?
Thanks, Mayor, and I just want to say thank you, Councilor Kogel. I really appreciate your leadership and your vision on that, and I'm excited about it. I bought into it because I could see the potential, and certainly she has done the same, not only for her district, but our whole city. And just think about it. There's pieces of the puzzle, if we haven't really thought about, that's coming together in the Uptown area. For the longest time in the Uptown area, which is Councilor Kogel's district, there's really, think about it, there's no recreational places, green space, places to go to really have a good time. But now you start looking at the opportunity of a multi-use park, soccer, other things that can be done there within the community. Just a place to go, walk your dog, ride your bike, take a walk, reflect, whatever, have a picnic. There's a lot of things that can be done that we don't have that kind of opportunity in those areas. Now you got a world-class pickleball facility that's coming to Columbus, Georgia, that I think is going to do wonders in its potential. You've got a new mindset about doing more on the river, Mayor, doing more with our whitewater rafting and river surfing and those kind of things. We got baseball now. We've got so many opportunities. We actually have minor league soccer, right? We actually have minor league soccer, and one of the things, and maybe some more interest in that area from other teams that would like to come here. They're looking. We also, to Councilor Kogel's credit, about putting in the budget about funding for A.J. McClung Memorial Stadium. I think we've done some studies on that, and hopefully they're all finished. I know it's probably going to come down to a funding thing, but look, you know, we're either, you kick the can down the road on these things, or you just don't do anything and you'll never get it. It just keeps going and going and going, or you just bite the bullet and you get it done. And with some of the interest that we're having from the outside, minor league soccer, other things, what we know with football, with Calvin Smyrie, with what he's done there, the things that we have, there's an opportunity there, and we just need to start moving forward. And if it takes some approvals to get what we need, and it may be, you know, I mean, it could be to some people painful, but I think that we need to move forward on these because a lot of good things are falling in place, and there's a lot of great potential there. And this situation we're talking about today plays right into it, so I'm just excited about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, the only other request we have is a short executive session on acquisition and disposal of real estate. That's all we have.
Okay. All right, we'll move into the public agenda. Be a little bit different this time. We don't have the light for you to tell when you're getting close. I'll try to give you a signal. You got a minute left. I'm gonna time it on my phone for 5 minutes. At the end of 5 minutes, we'll have to ask you to take your seat. If you want to come back again at the end of the clerk's agenda, you're welcome to do so. First, we'll call Mr. Marvin Broadwater Sr. regarding Let's Help Those Families Receiving SNAP Benefits, the plan. Welcome, sir.
Test one. Good morning. My name is Marvin Broadwater Sr. I live in the 31909 zip code. Greetings, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Madam City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, administration, staff, and citizens of the greater Columbus area. I pray all of you are well. Thank you for your continued service to our community in whatever capacity you render. Mr. Mayor, before I begin this presentation, I would like to render a colossal thank you to you and the delegation that ventured to South Korea to secure 500 jobs for our citizens. This endeavor will assist many of our citizens and will definitely have a positive economic impact on our community. I would ask that when the time comes for site selection, please consider the east side or south side of Columbus. I have vowed to God, the citizens of Columbus, and myself to tell you when I believe you have done well and your actions benefit the majority of our citizens. In that same vein, it is my responsibility to say when I believe you have committed a travesty through haphazard or ill-considered decisions. We all know and are well aware you will never please everyone. However, your decisions should have a positive impact on the majority of this municipality. As I said in the last city council meeting, I heard 4 councilors voice their concerns as to what could the city do to help citizens receiving supplemental nutritional assistance program benefits, more commonly known as SNAP. In the event our residents did not receive any benefits during the month of November. On that evening, no eventual plan was brought to fruition. I did hear a plea from those councils, however, and I say thank you. I would like to remind this council, late one Tuesday evening, this council voted to move over $1 million of taxpayer funds from the Indigenous Care Fund, which was formerly used to assist homeless. That was the first thing that came to mind. I ask all of you to provide prudent leadership during this time. I stand on this principle, that leadership should never be a lukewarm term. In other words, it is a verb. I believe it is high time for more than just empty words, crocodile tears, or campaign sound bites. Citizens of this great city are struggling to make it. One plan that the city council could employ has already been used in the past. I encourage you as elected leaders to ask our private citizens to donate funds as you did with the hiring of an outside auditor to the tune of nearly $500,000. This is not a heavy lift, as you have asked private donors to donate once before. The collected funds could be used for those receiving SNAP benefits, as the Department of Family and Children's Services could identify and distribute those funds. Even though many will receive a portion of benefits this month, our future is headed into uncharted waters. We are on the cusp of the longest governmental shutdown in history. It is time for you to make your mark. Make history, my leaders. As I prepare to take my seat, I would like to quote a well-known American when he said, and I quote, "We have some difficult days ahead," unquote. The phrase was first coined on April 3rd, 1968 by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I hear a lot of elected and appointed leaders use the phrase, "all hands on deck." Well, I humbly submit to you, City Council, this includes you too. Because if we do not have all hands on deck, we as a great community will surely sink in those uncharted waters. As always, I continue to thank you for your time, your effort, and commitment to make this the greatest city in the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Broadwater. All right, next is Ms. Teresa Elamine, representing the Southern Anti-Racism Network. Ms. Elamine, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking for something today. When I signed up for the public agenda, I made it clear that this is a request. So I expect you to answer me and not ignore me like you do so many citizens who come here pleading for help. Isaiah Hughley was a problem solver. And based on what's happened to Niecy's Barbecue and Morris Hot Dogs, I said to myself, what would Isaiah do? I watched 2 proposals being presented to you about the spider web. Number 3, I heard you asking a few questions about it. This spider web idea has been going on for a very long time. It started under Tomlinson. She didn't do anything about it. Here we are about, I guess, 12 years later, and now you disrupt this city with that spiderweb project. Well, I heard Ms. Hodge say a 5-year or a 3-year thing. The 5-year thing seemed to be less disruption and costs a little more. The 3-year thing, as I recall, was a lot of disruption, which is what I think you chose, because it costs a little less. I did not hear Ms. Hodge say, by the way, we're going to be putting a bunch of folks out of business because we got a 1-mile rule, and anybody outside of that 1-mile rule gets nothing. So when Mr. Hatcher came here on October 28th pleading because his business is closed, I understand Morris Hot Dogs came here pleading because their business is closed. 13579, you got to answer for this at the ballot box if you're running. We do know number 1 and number 7 are running. So you got to answer for this. You will be held accountable. So if you have anything planned, are you just going to tell me you're just going to put people out of business and do nothing? I reached out to Trent Chester, who has a contract with you, believe. I said, can you help Mr. Hatcher? Can you figure out how to deal with these people who are just criminal in their operations and immoral in their operation, that they will put Black businesses out of business and not even flinch? So how much time I got left, Mr. Mayor?
You got about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I'll stand here and wait for an answer. I do want to hear from you. Anybody? Thank you. Number 3, what you got to say for yourself?
Good morning. Yeah, we have to have red lights here, not green.
Oh, okay.
First of all, the project was voted on in 2012. It's been 13 years. I started doing interviews at the site in 2014, letting all businesses and everyone know by way that this project was coming. The 3-year, 5-year that you speak of is not in existence. We chose a 2-year plan versus a 3-year plan. There was an additional $1 million plus that had to be spent that, due to what you hear from us looking for affordable housing and different things going on around town, we didn't have a consensus on spending an additional $1 million to get the project done. So we took the 2-year approach. On the part of who's involved, only Nieces is in my district. The hot dog vendor is in another district. We met with the previous city manager, Isaiah Hughley, and director of engineering. We sat down with them, we talked to them, and we've been working on some things. And since you were here last week, Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge and I have spoken, and we are going to sit down with Nieces and see if there's something that we can do, because there has been some discussion on who is affected and how they are being taken care of. That's been a discussion. I will say to you openly in front of everybody, I respect you. I respect your knowledge base. I respect what you do. It's what I signed up for, so I have to take it as it comes to me, and I will give it back to you as much as I can when I get it, to let you know. I've never sat down on a small business since I've been elected. I've always spoken to small businesses. I have an issue sometimes with information getting out, and no one says anything until projects start. We could have had this discussion back in 2015, 2018, a long time ago. So in my world, no one had a problem but KFC. That's the only person that spoke up ahead of time. KFC called, I spoke with the home office, put them in contact with the city, and they took care of it. So as the complaints came in, it's like everybody that comes in here. Anybody comes in with a complaint from District 3, I put them in the right hands to handle that complaint. So at this point in time, we are not coming into an open session to update everybody on what's really going on. But once we get a conclusion, a solution, my criticism from you of not knowing what I wanted to say last week, I had a good idea what I wanted to say. I'm just well-trained in not doing things a certain way. So due to the training from my mother and father, I decided to hold it and just talk around it, looking for the right words. And since there are 10 of us up here, and there had been a lot of discussion on whether I was doing this, that, or the other, I asked them all, if you have a solution, give it to me. We need 6 votes for whatever that solution is to get it done. So if someone here has a solution that could help Niecy's Barbecue stay in business and be compensated to do what they need to do, I'm all ears. In the meantime, I'm meeting with Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge and a few others to try to get a solution.
Well, thank you, Mr. Huff. I'm glad you're doing something, because like I said, I felt you were.
Your time is up, ma'am.
I had a minute and something left, and he started talking.
Ma'am, you don't pause it. If you're using your 5 minutes, you can come back at the end.
It's your show, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Skip on down the road.
And I do want to
Lame duck, skip
make
on
sure
down
that
the
people
road.
understand that there is no 1 mile rule. That's I don't know how that got started, but that's not accurate at all. There's no rule that says if you're beyond 1 mile, you don't get something that somebody within a mile gets to have. All right. Next is Mr. Matthew Boland regarding public safety in downtown parking garages. All right, Mr. Boland doesn't appear to be here. Dr. Natalie Nicole, representing Role Model Academy of Arts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Leaders and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. Dr. Natalie Nicole, Role Model Academy, 1228 24th Street, 31901, District 7. Topic is ethics and leadership, the responsibility of speech and public office. I'd like to highlight 3 public record quotes. The first one, he gets his little mafiosos to come and talk on the public agenda. Second one, I mean, just watch the last council meeting on the public agenda when he brings in all of his little preachers. Third one, I do think that they have some mafia-like behavior in a way that the mafia will come in and intimidate and try to get you to do things their way. By definition, mafioso refers to members of the mafia or organized crime group involved in illegal activities that use power, money, or intimidation to maintain control. His little preachers, a blatant, dismissive, belittling disrespect when referring to clergy or community leaders. These statements were not private. They were made during an official investigation, now part of public record. Calling clergy and African-American advocates organized crime demonstrates a mindset inconsistent with ethical leadership. Freedom of speech does not absolve an elected official from responsibility for language that marginalizes the very citizens they are elected to serve. As citizens of our community, we deserve an ethics policy that ensures speech in every, even in closed sessions, reflect respect, accountability, and professionalism. Even if District 5 didn't make the statement in chambers, she made it during an official investigation concerning city business. This means her words are not private opinions. They were said in connection with her role as a council member. Leadership is not just about authority, it's about accountability. When an elected official says, "I have freedom of speech too," in response to citizen concerns, that reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of ethics, public duty, and responsibility that comes with power. While we all may be able to claim that that's just the way we talk, or that we're from a certain state, intent does not erase impact. I understood that public officials were trained and expected to uphold a professional standard, not deflect accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let's see who's on next. Councilor Hickey is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will agree that we all, both the public and everyone, should always speak with discernment and respect towards others. And I think also that when you have a preacher who refers to council members as in-house Negroes, I carried the water, they carried the water, they sold their soul. I think that there should be some accountability coming from the public to those preachers who entertain that type of behavior. So once again, it goes both ways. Everyone should always remember that when you're speaking, speak with discernment and respect towards everybody. And I'll rest with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to see who's came on next. Councilor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a quick question for clarification. We talked about the 1 mile rule. So you stated that does not exist. Am I correct?
That's right.
So is there any way that we can put a structured policy in place when we have these situations with construction and development, how we assist small businesses that would be impacted?
We could put together a group to discuss it, but I think our challenge is going to be that there's no funding for that. All that funding takes place through DOT on the front end when they're doing their assessments and talking to the people that are going to be impacted. We just have never, to my knowledge, had a mechanism that would allow us to go back and compensate somebody, because it's almost impossible for it not to become arbitrary, and it just keeps changing. So we're happy to talk about it, but that would come, I don't know where the money would come. It would have to come straight out of fund balance. And then I think how do you tell that next person no, whether it's within a mile or outside a mile? It's just a tough situation. It goes over, it's something that is dealt with in cities around the country. I mean, you try to prepare people, but you understand going in that it's gonna take a little extra work to get to some of the stores and shops. The ones that are directly impacted, where they're taking some of their property or denying access through the construction process, DOT usually works that out on the front end and makes sure that everybody understands what's going on. I know somebody mentioned Kentucky Fried Chicken, and I know that was a long discussion with DOT and that ownership group. So Listen, I'm always willing to talk it out and see if there's some way, but I know that we've tried to deal with similar situations in the past, and it's almost, number one, it's almost impossible to come up with a set criteria that is going to handle every situation. Just doesn't do it. And then you always have somebody just on the outside looking in. So, Deputy City Manager, I don't know if you have anything to add. It's your agenda coming up next anyway. Who did I turn? Oh, hang on, Councilor Davis. These things go in order. I don't set the order.
Thank you, Mayor. You used the word arbitrary, and that's a good word to use. I will say that just for the citizens' sake, there's a process in all this. There always has been. And a lot of times it's dependent on who's involved in the project. If it's DOT, even the city, there is a process, a legal process that you got to go through that determines, they do their studies and analysis on all the property owners, wherever it is. And there are certain times or situations where property is needed. You got to take the property. There's a lot of variables, even hindrance to one's business. And ultimately, there is a lot of negotiation going on there through the process. And if you can't even, there's so many steps of due process that if you even can't get to that point, then it goes to court. And then a judge will determine what the value is of whatever the factor or the request or the determination may be. I do know we don't get involved in that. These things, we talk about 12, 13 years. There's so many things that have happened on that project about cost overruns. You can't handle that, Councilor Huff. I can't. When something goes from 20 million to 40 million to 60 million, yeah, it's going to take time to work through that because you got to find the funds. And then DOT comes back and says, we're only dealing with X amount of dollars. You got to come up with that. That's going to cause a problem. And then when you got 5 junctions and a railroad at the same time, it's just, and some of these other variables that we're talking about, like property owners, then we don't get involved with that, but our executive administration, they work through all those challenges along with DOT, the courts, and other people, and then they ultimately, if there's a decision that goes above and beyond the project, they will come and ask us for a decision on it. That's what happened with Kentucky Fried Chicken and the others. It was determined. I'm not involved in that process to determine how somebody's being impacted. The executive administration and others work on that, but it's brought to us for final approval if there's a dollar amount involved in that. Right. You got to be real careful because, there's a lot of people go to jail for corruption and things like that, and you got to be real careful how that's handled. So I just want to say there's a process. It's etched in stone, and we've always gone by that process. And it's all worked out and then usually brought to us. Not one council member here has the decision-making and those kind of things, and shouldn't, for various the legalities. And at the end of the day, it does equate to a legal-type situation. And we seek our city attorney's advice on it and others to, and I'm sure the executive administration does the same thing in order to be able to do that. But if somebody's impacted and we know that and we can determine that and we have the proof, then I think that it needs to be heard. But that's done through a process, and hopefully those are being followed. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy City Manager Hodge, I think it's your agenda, and you may have some comments to that.
Thank you, and yes, I do have just a few comments. I think there was a misunderstanding about a comment that I made at the last meeting. When we look at road projects, we look at the parameters of that project and the boundaries of that project. And I made a statement at the last meeting that this particular business was about a mile away from the project. There was no 1 mile rule. My point was they were way outside of the boundaries of that project and was not considered as part of the Spiderweb project the way we handle all road projects. And thank you, Councilor Davis. You've outlined there is a process for how businesses are compensated when their business is located within the boundaries of that project.
You got one? Hit it again, hit it again.
I do want to add one thing to that. When we start picking and choosing, if we don't go by a process and treat everybody equal, fair, and just, and we start doing that, we open the door for a lot of legal challenges that will come back, because you do it for one person and if it doesn't fit the criteria, everybody and every project's going to want the same thing, and then it becomes a very monotonous situation that you got to work through. So we have to evaluate those things, and we trust the staff to do that, but that's what usually happens with municipalities.
Thank you. And good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. On the city manager's agenda today, item number 1 is a lease agreement. This is located at 3020 Warm Springs Road. We have had a lease agreement in place for this particular piece of property. It's adjacent to the trail in front of the Cunningham Center. There's been a change of ownership in that property, which requires a new lease.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? And then it passes.
Item number 2 is the acceptance of a donation and approval.
It's a donation. May I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
And this is also approval of the MOU with Midtown Inc. for the bicycle park located in Dinglewood Park. The value is $587,000. Item number 3 is several additional legislative agenda items. The first item relates to attorney's fees requested by Councilor Davis. This is to request the local delegation to introduce statewide legislation requiring that any such payment of attorney's fees by a local government be reviewed by a superior court within the same judicial circuit as the local government before any such fees are paid by the local government.
All right, there's a motion second to approve that item. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
The next item on the legislative agenda request is for state-level funding for the River Center, requesting the local delegation to support any legislation that would provide funding at the state level for the reinvesting in the arts at the River Center.
Motion second to approve item 2. Any discussion of that? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
And I have 2 items on the purchasing agenda. Item A is used and confiscated firearms for credit or swap. This.
All right, there's a motion and a second to. All right, there's a motion second to approve both the purchases, item A and B. Any discussion on either one? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, would you?
And item B is the contract extension for HVAC preventative maintenance services. This is an annual contract, and this would be an extension. And we have several updates on the agenda today. First update would be Heritage Park. We have had a partnership with Historic Columbus over the years, and this, again, is one of those partnerships that we're happy to provide an update. Elizabeth Walden from Historic Columbus.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. On behalf of Historic Columbus, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. As Deputy Manager Hodge said, I'm Elizabeth Walden, Executive Director of Historic Columbus, and I'd also like to introduce Justin Krieg, who is our Director of Planning and Programs, who is serving as the project manager for the Heritage Park and Chattahoochee Promenade Revitalization Project. After my brief history of the project, Justin will share with you all an update and our next steps. Heritage Park was a project of Historic Columbus and located on the northwest corner of Broadway and 7th Street in the original city historic district. The park was completed in 1999, and its purpose was to celebrate Columbus's industrial history. Upon completion, ownership of the park was transferred to the Columbus Consolidated Government. By 2016, its large water feature that was the centerpiece of the park was no longer functioning. Despite efforts to secure funding through the city's budget process at that time, no long-term solution could be reached, largely due to concerns about ongoing maintenance and the likelihood of larger recurring repair costs every few years. So the question became what the best solution for the site would be. For Historic Columbus, the priorities were the neighborhood itself, the original donors of the park, and the history told within the park. So we looked at alternatives. As we began exploring possibilities, it became clear that the Chattahoochee Promenade, located just across Front Avenue and south of the Space Science Center, was also in need of renewed attention. This offered an opportunity for a comprehensive revitalization. In collaboration with the city, Historic Columbus began outreach to the original Heritage Park donors, neighborhood residents, and our partners. Together, we developed a vision that would both restore the promenade's educational focus and return the former Heritage Park site to its original residential use. This concept, approved by City Council in 2022, includes 3 core goals. First, expand interpretation of our city's history by relocating sculptures and historic elements from Heritage Park to the promenade, opening views to the river, and creating a 38-panel history trail to establish a stronger educational and recreational destination. Second, to relocate and renovate 5 endangered historic homes, returning the former Heritage Park site to its original residential use, and these houses would be sold to become single-family homes. And third, under the MOU between Historic Columbus and the city, the promenade will remain a public park, with Historic Columbus assisting with funding major maintenance needs when necessary. The property transfer of the former Heritage Park site was completed in December of 2022, and we broke ground in May of 23. This project is another wonderful example of our community's longstanding history with private-public partnerships. And to make this project a reality, over 160 donors and local foundations supported this $5 million revitalization effort. It is the largest single project in terms of funds raised and scope in our 59-year history as an organization. We are deeply grateful to the partnership with the city, our many donors, and our development partner, the W.C. Bradley Company. And together we are ensuring that the stories of our city are preserved while creating new opportunities for people to live, learn, and gather along the riverfront. I just want to thank you all again for your continued support and trust. And at this time, I'll turn things over to Justin to share with you all our progress and what's ahead.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for a few minutes. I'll run through these photos pretty quickly. If y'all have any questions, feel free to stop me or ask at the end. Since Elizabeth gave you a general overview of the project, this is an aerial shot. The Coca-Cola Space Science Center, to get you oriented, obviously you see the Chattahoochee River there to the top of the picture. The Space Science Center there on the right-hand side, and then Front Avenue is the street that you see running kind of left to right diagonally across the image. And so 7th Street is the intersecting street there. You'll see a lot with 5 houses of various stages of construction, and that's how the site currently looks. And of course, across the street along the river, just above the Riverwalk, is the Chattahoochee Promenade, where we've made some improvements. Starting over at the house side of the project, this is a digital rendering of what all 5 houses will look like once the project is complete. 5 total houses. They'll range in size from about 1,500 square feet to roughly 4,200 square feet. They mirror houses and massing and setbacks and arrangement that other houses emulate within the historic district. And as Elizabeth mentioned, we have moved 4 of the 5 houses. We've had some struggles with the house mover and made the decision on the 5th house to reconstruct it using the parts and pieces that were salvaged out of the home from Juniper, Georgia. But 3 of the houses came out of Lumpkin, where the old Westville was located. And then One house came out of Juniper, Georgia. That's the one that we've salvaged parts and pieces from. And then the fifth house was the Promenade House, which you see here, that we moved across the street. And so that was a city-owned structure that was across the street on the promenade. It was generally underutilized, and we felt from a time period standpoint, this house obviously fit well within the neighborhood since it had been there since the 1870s. This is the Rawson house. This was the first house that we moved in, and due to the grade change from Broadway to Front Avenue, we were able to incorporate a full-height basement, which also has 2 parking spaces there in the rear that you can see in the back left-hand corner. This 2-story structure was probably the most interesting house to move in because it had to be split top to bottom, as well as removing the roof, and it required a crane to lift up each section and load it onto a trailer. And so when it arrived to the site, both pieces were then reassembled, and then the house started to be reconstructed with a large-scale addition on the back. This third house, or fourth house rather, is what we call the Moy House. This is another one of the houses out of Lumpkin, Georgia, and most recently this week we've been backfilling around the foundation. This house, like the Rawson house, includes a full-height basement, which you can kind of see it sitting up a little bit. We still have yet to face the foundation with brick and, of course, reconstruct the roof system on top of the structure. And then lastly, this is the Juniper house, the one that we made the decision to reconstruct as opposed to physically move. But like I mentioned, we salvaged all the parts, pieces, doors, windows, front porch columns, all the decorative elements of the house that were important to the historic integrity, and we will reconstruct that house to be a like-for-like replica of what it originally looked like in Juniper. So that's the house side of the project. At this point, we have partnered with the W.C. Bradley Company to take the project the rest of the way to completion. And so they will be in charge of working with the residential contractor, Brock Jones, Inc., to move forward with the restoration of the remaining portions of the 5 houses, and then they will all be placed up for sale individually to private investors, people who are interested in living in the homes. We did place some restrictions on the houses, mainly that they couldn't be used for short-term rentals. That was by request of the neighborhood, but none of the 5 houses have been sold. We are maintaining a prospect list that people have called with interest in the properties, but this will be a great way to return 5 lots to the tax rolls and have those private individuals pay property taxes and frankly have turned a liability in what was the fountain into an asset for the city of Columbus. Moving across the street, the Chattahoochee Promenade, like Elizabeth mentioned, was originally put together in 1976 and was in dire need of some rehab work. And so we included a brick and concrete plaza as well as a large entry feature that'll get some lettering across the top there that says Chattahoochee Promenade so that everyone will know where they are when they arrive. We moved the log cabin that was previously in Heritage Park across the street to the promenade, and that's the oldest known structure in Muskogee County, built around 1800. We've also included around 19 what we're calling history kiosks, these black metal stanchions that will include full-color history panels front and back that take you through Columbus's history all the way from Indian occupation in the late 1700s through about the mid-20th century. The original sculptures and art history artifacts that were included in Heritage Park, where the fountain was, we've thoughtfully replaced across the street here on the promenade. This is the sculpture of Dr. Pemberton. A lot of people like to sit on the bench with him and get their picture taken. These 2 bronze sculptures, the foundryman there in the center, and then the little girl kind of reading the plaque, that was part of the original arrangement that told the industrial past of Columbus's history, and of course the foundryman represented the foundry industry in Columbus. But all those sculptures have been placed along the promenade to create a nice sculptural walk throughout that green space. This is a sculpture of the Lady at the Loom. Many of you know the story of the origination of the Columbus Bank and Trust early on. This is a replica of a historic brick kiln. This was one of the most difficult parts of the project. We originally tried to pick it up and move it across the street, and we quickly found it weighed about 400,000 pounds and proved to be pretty difficult to lift and roll across the street. So we moved it brick by brick and used the original bricks to reconstruct the kiln, and it is probably going to be the last full masonry brick kiln ever built in the country. But the promenade has already, we really haven't had the ribbon cutting yet. We'll keep you all up to date once we get all the history panels installed. But I can tell you, because I live in the neighborhood, that it is getting used on a daily basis. There have already been weddings. Uptown has had their food truck festival there. It's been very well received by the community. We've had a lot of positive feedback. We're thankful to be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel for the project. It has gone on much longer than anyone anticipated, mostly due to house moves. But we're thankful to our construction partners, Brassfield and Gorey, the Bradley Company, and Brock Jones, Inc. for sticking with us and being great partners, as well as the City of Columbus throughout the whole project. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Councilor Kogel?
Thanks, Justin. For those of you who have not been down there, this has been a pretty big feat, especially from moving the houses down the street. It's been very entertaining to watch houses, we don't get to see that very often, be carted down the street and placed in a yard. So you and your team have done an outstanding job on this, and particularly that kiln. I was there. I own a business very close to it and experienced some power cuts along the way. But if you haven't, that kiln actually had about, would you say like 4 or 5 feet of solid concrete underneath it? And so they dug around it, and there was a lot of concrete, and so and a lot of like rebar and stuff that they make buildings about underneath it. So moving it over across the street has been one of the coolest things to see. They literally took it apart brick by brick and built it back up. So great asset to Uptown. It does, I can assure you, it went from a park that didn't get used to a park that there are a lot of people that use that park every day. So from dog walkers to the people who are visiting from Fort Benning to weddings, like Justin mentioned. So great asset to Uptown, great asset to Columbus. Thank you for all the work that you and Elizabeth have put into it.
Councilor Tucker?
Yes, I just want to say thank you, Miss Elizabeth, for reaching out and talking about the project, and it has been a while since we came and met in that nice little area and got to kind of see the vision before you had it where it is today. What I know would be great if we can tell the story, like how we started, who all were the investors, and what were the revenue sources and things like that. That way the community can see, from the beginning all the way to where we are right now. I'm not gonna say the end, because we're not at the end, but to start off, how did we get here? I know that will be some of the questions that our community will probably ask, because of course it's other areas that we might want to do some things like this. You think about Carver Heights community. That was one of the first communities where African American people lived, and if you could reimagine, just like what you all are doing in Historic District, but reimagine Carver Heights. And one of the things I'm gonna say in reference to myself, and a lot of people that grew up over there, we're looking at projects called Restoring the Heights, going back and investing into the village, that raised us. So it's just helpful, to see the beginning and then where we are. And then eventually, at the end, and you've been there when we had those meetings at Carver Heights a long time ago, when we was talking about the historical history and trying to restore that area when Mr. Runzel Buckner and CSU was doing that. But I just think it'd be helpful, to be able to tell that story, because just like we saw Georgia Tech talking today, it seemed like it's gonna be a lot of restoration and not so much demolishing. If we could restore rather than demolish, I think that would be great. So I appreciate what you all doing, and it does look amazing compared to where we started when we first came down there. So thank y'all.
Councilor Chambers?
Yes. One question. Those 5 houses, what's the price point?
So that, it'll depend a little bit, obviously, on size of the house, but also the level of finish. And so that'll be up to the residential contractor as well as the Bradley Company Real Estate Division to kind of determine the final price point on those.
Okay.
But it'll be consistent with probably some of the top values that are currently selling per square foot in the historic district.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Walden, Mr. Craig, thank you so much for coming and spending a little time with us today. And I want to go back to what I was saying earlier about, we were talking about, we approved I call it multi-recreational facility that's going to, accommodate soccer and other things. And I talked about various components, various things we got going in the uptown area, in the heart of Columbus. And I left you guys out, and now we got you guys, because you're part of that too, to have, it's somewhat a park. It's really a historic park at a park that people can go and spend some time in as well. These are great things. The Coca-Cola Science Building next to that. So Norm Easterbrook was here earlier. We got River Center. Think about it, in the uptown area, we got so many things that we're about to do and that we've already done. I don't know, when I read Georgia Trend and all these other publications, I don't know anybody, you tell me another place outside of major, and even a major metropolitan area, that we've got so many things, activities and things going on in one little geographical area. You with me? Do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, I think we ought to just jump on that, sell it, market it, and continue, because that's an attractor and it brings people in our community, and we shouldn't miss that opportunity at all, because Macon can't do it. Savannah's a little different, where it is, but, Augusta's different. Other cities in the state, Athens, they're all different, but we got stuff right there in the heart of Columbus that's going to be really nice. And then we start adding these new additions and renovations, which, we just need to go ahead and do it. Not talk about it, but just go ahead and do it. When we talk about stuff, it takes years. But let's go ahead and do it and build the character of our city, because that's something that we can market and sell, and including what you guys, thank you for what your commitment has been in this project and getting it done and finished. It's going to be beautiful. It is, just looking at the pictures, it's going to be a nice place. So thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, Justin, Elizabeth, thank you for the presentation, and thank you guys for your commitment to historic Columbus.
Next on the updates and presentations is our Solicitor General, Siobhan Thomas, as an update from the Solicitor's Office.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, sir.
Members of the council. Mr. Mayor, the little time that I have, if you'll allow me, let me just take time to recognize our veterans. I know Veterans Day is coming up this weekend. Council Tucker, that's the Air Force too, by the way. When I came in May, members of this body, I'd asked for some personnel as the incoming Solicitor General. One of the positions that this body voted on and authorized is the position of an attorney. When I left here, I got with HR, and HR published that position. It ran for a period of time, and then HR took it down. I asked them to put it back. This is the publication from when HR put it back. This has been there since July. And I've had one applicant. So I spoke to a couple of city council members. I remember speaking with Councilor Anchor in particular. I had to find out why no one was applying. No one was applying. And I started at my own home because I have a son that's in law school. And I told my son, went to school, I visited with a couple of professors. They were actually laughing at me. an incoming attorney's salary at 62. I think Councilor Anchor would like this. I went out and I did my research, like he told me to. This is from Clayton County, the incoming attorney's salary. Forsyth County. This is from Augusta. And let me kind of pause here. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to ask the council to consider moving my incoming attorney's request to be comparable with not just the outer cities, but with attorneys in the district attorney's office and the public defender's office in this town. The pay scale for the Solicitor General's office, I've been in place for about 23 years. And that's why I was at council before. I've spoken to Councilor Walker. He had helped me out with that, the city attorney and the deputy city attorney, and I showed them the numbers. I am just not in a place where I can compete for attorneys. I am just not in a place where I can retain. I am just not in a place where I can merit. I am not in a place where I can incentivize. And that's what I'm trying to move towards, to be comparable and competitive with local here in Muscogee County and also in the surrounding areas. So I'm asking the council if you would consider moving the starting pay for attorney to be comparable with that of the district attorney and that of the public defenders, which is also comparable with the outer counties, counties that are smaller than Columbus and doesn't even have the volume that we have. And I spoke with the finance director, and she knows that number. Again, this is another one from Cobb County, and I specifically included this slide because I spoke to the Cobb County Solicitor General, the Clayton County Solicitor General, Forsyth County Solicitor General, as many Solicitor General I could get. What I found out is that they have what is called a discretionary budget. So rather than putting a number, and I'll go back to mine, which is $62,000, that's what you get, period. They have a discretionary budget where they can use to recruit. And that discretionary budget gives them the opportunity to pay an incoming attorney what they believe is comparable, equal, and I guess deserves some form of equity. So again, at the end of my presentation, I'll be asking the council, one, to move the incoming attorney's salary to that comparable with the district attorney and the public defender's office. Two, I'll be asking for the discretionary budget, just like the district attorney's office has. They've been having it for a while. We've never had one. And in the words of some of the city council members that I've spoken to, you have not because you asked it not. I'm here asking. These were slides that the council members have seen when I was at the first presentation of the volume that we have. I did take time and go outside and I spoke to Mr. Durham after his presentation because I realized that he was echoing some of the same sentiments about the growth and the volume in Columbus that have not been properly addressed in the city. Let me rephrase that. Been addressed in the solicitor's office. We are growing too. We are growing too. We have been growing too. We have been growing for a while. And a lot of the things that are in place, I think the auditor, when I came, said it best. We have been operating on a status quo for over 15 years. I'm not expecting this body to bring me here or where I should be right today. I'm not asking that at all. All I'm asking is to put me in a place where I can compete, I can retain, I can attract and incentivize. I've had one attorney leave since I've been there. The attorney left because she was offered something better than what I'm offering. I didn't have a discretionary budget where I could say, look, what if I offer you this, would you stay? Great attorney, most of y'all know her. And it broke my heart to see her leave. But it's one of those things that she saw greener grass and she just had to go to where she thought it was best for herself and her family. We have a lot of volume, and the volume has been mounting up. The numbers that I've asked for, I think finance probably will speak to this. This is, I put a red star above it. This is the pay that the starting attorneys, that the district attorney get. And I don't want to be dramatic, but I do want to say this. When a kid, Mr. Durham said it best, I think he used the term Gen Z. My son is 25 years old. He's getting ready to get out of law school. Once he gets out of law school, he's coming out of law school with 2 student loans. He's coming out of law school with his undergrad student loan and his law school student loan. So yeah, he's coming out with, that's $2,500 a month off the bat. At $62,000 a year, it's about $5,000 a month. My son doesn't have any credit because everything he got, I own. Please don't tell my wife I said that because I'm going to deny it. But once he gets out, he has to get an apartment. Those same apartment that Mr. Durham was talking about in Columbus, it's going to run him about $1,800 a month. Then there's groceries. Then there is insurance for his car, a car payment. We're just not, we can't compete in the Solicitor General's office right now. And it's been that way for a while. This was a slide that I had at the last presentation, what I'd asked for and what the council approved. He approved 1 attorney, which I showed you that announcement is still running. Also approved 1 paralegal and 1 advocate. I've learned by speaking with members of this council that I'm not going to ask for a definitive number. I'm asking as my priority, 1, is that the starting attorney's pay be moved compatible to that of the district attorney and the surrounding area. 2, for a discretionary budget that is comparable or the same as the district attorney's office. And if this council feel, I would just leave the personnel to what the council believe is right and meet. And that concludes my presentation.
Councilor Garrett.
Thank you. I've met with the Solicitor General multiple times and visited with their office, and I can tell you what he's saying is exactly right. I mean, $62,000 once you start paying, and most people can't even get into the public schools we have in Georgia, like Georgia State. You have to have exceptional grades, and a lot of those people moved to Atlanta. So a lot of the people we get in Columbus are like me. Went to Mercer, a private school, and you may come out with $200,000 to $400,000 in student loans, maybe less if you get scholarships, maybe more depending on if you had no assistance. But you can't get people to work for this salary with a Juris Doctorate. This isn't like you just went to college and you lived in a dorm and your parents helped you. This is another 3 years taking the bar exam, which costs money. You don't have dorms in law school, so you're living in private housing. You're building up a mountain of debt unless you've got a scholarship. And with the jail as one of our foremost concerns, pay parity for the lawyers has to be there because we have people that are sitting in jail and may not be guilty of a crime, and their cases aren't being prosecuted. And then when you look at the numbers he had on one of those slides, let me see, 16,000 open cases, so let's assume, 75% of those are guilty. That's a lot of funding right now that we are leaving on the table because we don't have enough lawyers to prosecute the cases. So it causes financial strain with the jails, with getting out innocent people, And, you know, we also don't have the revenue coming in. But, I mean, I can tell you that, their attorneys could come to our office and make more as paralegals, and that's not fair. It's not fair, because I see the files that they have to walk into court many times without any preparation, with picking up 10 files before they go in there and have to learn it very, very quickly. So it's not an easy job just because this is a government job. It's actually very complicated. We look to recruit. 2 of my attorneys came from the public defenders and the DA's offices. And they are the good trial attorneys. People can think on their feet, and we need to pay them commensurately. We don't need to have a disparity in pay between public defenders and ADAs and solicitors, because otherwise you're going to have people jumping from office to office. So I would make a motion to approve his request for the salary parity. I understand if there's some concerns, and we need to reconsider this at the budget cycle, but I do want us to at least consider the request now.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right,
Thank you,
Councilor
Mayor.
Davis.
Mayor, is this matter deemed an emergency?
Is this what now, I'm sorry?
This matter is request deemed an emergency.
I think that's going to be a matter of perspective.
Well, is it being put before us as an emergency?
Solicitor, I'm sure from his
All right.
perspective it is.
Well, look, I will never fault anybody. Mr. Thomas, you're an elected official. I will never I don't have any problem with anybody coming and asking for needs in their departments, okay? But I need to tell you this. I can't do it. I won't do it because it's a violation of our budgetary ordinance requirement in my mind. We have a process. We did this for a reason. We've had that on the books for several years, and I know you're still learning things. We did that as a control measure. So everything, I'm not faulting you for anything you said, and I have every reason to believe everything you said is 100% accurate. Matter of fact, I agree. But we go through a budgetary process, and the budgetary ordinance process says that unless it's deemed an emergency by the city manager or the mayor, when it comes to us, then any request, whether with salaries, employees, needs, has to go through the budgetary process. So I would recommend to you that is the right route to go. When you came into office, you did the same thing. We went through a process. We approved a lot just recently. And now we're at where we're at. I can't help how we got here, okay? I don't know what happened to determine all that on the front end, but it's there. Now, what my recommendation would be the same, because here's how I'm looking at this. I got to look at every department in this government. I got to look at every employee. We got a pay plan that we're going by. We got levels of grades and how we do our evaluations there and how people move and advance on the pay scale. We've adopted that. We've agreed to that. I also know that there's several other departments that can ask that same question you just asked. And if I do it in your department, I'm going to have a hard time telling everybody else, no, can't do it in your department as well, because we've had those already come to us, by the way. They've come to us since the last budget cycle. And what we have done consistently, which is by law, it's a law, it's an ordinance. You have to go through the process. And when you go in there, you can make your case just like you're making to us. And one of the reasons we put that law on the books because it became a constant pattern of circumventing the process throughout our government. Every department, Mayor, Councilor Allen and others, you know, every department has come individually, and we start getting in a lot of trouble when we start picking and choosing and picking individuals and picking and choosing, because every employee, almost every employee would probably make that same case you made.
I'm glad you asked, Councilor Davis.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm trying to give you my understanding of how I'm viewing this. It has nothing to do with you, but I'm looking at this as a global thing within our government. I can't do it because the law says, the ordinance says, which we approve every year at the budget cycle. When we approve the budget, it's in there. You can go down and look at it. It's in there. Any requests from salaries, addition, needs and things, unless it's deemed an emergency by the mayor or the city manager, Okay, usually those things that I've been a part of that we've approved have been with the sheriffs, with the jail, things like that fall apart and you gotta keep it running, and they come back and do that. But if we approve this, you can rest assured my phone's gonna be ringing off the hook, and there's gonna be others coming in, because we're setting precedents now. We're actually violating the ordinance. I don't know if my colleagues realize this, but we're actually violating the ordinance. But it says that we have to go through the process, and there's a reason for that. And you can make your case, and if everybody agrees, then, you know, it goes through the budget process again, and we go right back to the cycle. I know we talk a lot about midterm things with the budget, but to me, and that's just terminology, we can't do it right now, okay? That's what that really means, we can't do it right now.
I'm glad you asked.
Usually we do carryovers. We do carryovers from the last year and other things that didn't get built and developed and things that were already approved, it carries over. That's what we do. But unless it's deemed an emergency, which I don't believe there's grounds for, because what you're telling me is the same argument that any other department, public safety, general government, a lot of these people right here, I've heard it, they'll say the same thing.
Could I respond?
So anyway, that, I'm just telling you, I can't do it.
I'm sorry.
And I gave you my reasons why.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I remember when I came here, I was new, as you said, and you were correct. And I requested an auditor. Auditor came and made a report. And based on that report and my investigation of what I needed, you, Councilor Davis, said, you know, Mr. Thomas, we can't give you everything. Why don't you come back midterm? I am here. Midterm. Well.
And I would never say that.
Well, we've got a,
Well, one of the council members.
we got a few other counselors that want to make a comment and may
Very
answer
so.
some of this.
I wouldn't say that.
Understand, if it weren't you, one of the council members suggested
Next is Counselor
that I
Chambers.
revisit these issues midterm.
Excuse me, sir.
Sorry.
Counselor Chambers?
So, I have a question. This is an HR question. And I think competitive pay for hard-to-fill positions, I think it's very important that we keep pace with market trends. When they did the study, it wasn't Mercer, it was what was the other company that did, what was it? Evergreen. Was this position looked at?
So the HR director is not here to respond to that question, so we can take that as a referral.
Yeah, I would be curious to know what did they come back with? And secondly, as far as pay grades, and I'm learning, I'm the new kid on the block. Do we typically have a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum for our pay grades? I see you shaking your head.
We do. Every pay grade has, I believe, 45 steps.
So technically, that pay grade is to be able to compensate. It's a recruiting strategy. If you hire somebody that has the skill set, maybe a little bit more advanced, instead of putting them at the minimum, you maybe can put them at the midpoint. Am I correct?
So the pay grades are established for employees to move throughout their pay grade.
I understand that.
And we can have the HR director provide information back to you about how the structure is
So an
set up.
employee that has a little bit more experience, you don't necessarily have to start them at the minimum. You can start them at the midpoint at 100% comp ratio. So my point being is, we're not changing the pay grade, but if he's trying to fill a position to be compatible with, and I understand, we're a government sector, but to be more competitive, he don't necessarily have to bring them in at the minimum salary.
That is correct, as long as they have the funding within their budget to compensate an employee higher than the entry level.
So the reason why I say that, we probably, going forward, need to, when we do our budgets, not budget positions at the very minimum. We probably need to budget at midpoint to have a pad for negotiations. What was that?
I was gonna have Rayther come back.
What were you saying, ma'am?
All right, wait, just, there. Yeah, I'm hoping you can. Let's see. I don't know why it's not.
Us to me.
That's you again? Well, you don't say anything either.
So I do prefer
There we
that
go.
the HR director respond to these questions. And she's not here, so we can take this as a referral and come back and provide information back for you.
Okay, the only reason I say that, because I believe that, if salaries are below market rates, top candidates may choose other employers. And it leaves us in a position where we are filling positions with less experience or less capable staff. So I don't know what the ramifications are not being able to fill that position. I would like to hear from you, that position being vacant. What are the ramifications for your department?
Yeah, it just won't be filled because, again, in this area, as a matter of fact, if Don Kelly, my colleague, my friend Don Kelly, makes an announcement, his announcement would be $20,000 more than I, because that's how his is set up. And if their attorney's looking for a job, they would just take his job. No one would take mine. And it's been that way for a very long time. And I'm just trying to change it.
When I say ramifications, is it slowing down your workload?
Well, it's not slowing down the workload. First of all, shout out to the staff. One of my senior attorneys is here, and my director is here, but I spoke to one of my attorneys last night. She was still in the government, saying at 6:30 p.m. working. They just work more. Because I tell them what needs to be done. They know what needs to be done. I hold them to that standard. But they're being overworked because we have people. I just can't hire anyone to help at this rate.
My point exactly. So your other employees are having to work longer hours because that position is not being filled. So to me, I think anytime you have a hard-to-fill position, there are exceptions. So, I support that position being filled, and I support that the pay should be a little bit more competitive, because if not, you're going to continue to have a revolving door, and it's going to be hard to retain and keep talent. So that's my position on it. That's why I asked about the salary grade as far as minimum, mid, max, to be able to have that flexibility to move around and recruit somebody that may be able, that may have a little bit more, a better skill set than the very minimum.
I agree with you. And to Councilor Davis's point, I consider it an emergency. I've had one, which I think Ms. Ives, you can testify to that, a very good attorney that just left. So her workload now is placed on the ones that already have there on top of what they already had. So I guess whether it's an emergency or not, and for the council to consider, I would say yes. My office, I walked into, and I came here, I've invited all of you guys to my office. You've seen what I had to work with. Councilor Crabb, Hickey, y'all came to court with me because I felt it was important that you came and saw the state of the Solicitor General's office. So when I came to City Council at the budget time, I came and I asked for a lot because a lot had to be done. This is the people's business that I'm doing. And for the past 10 or maybe 15 years, this is the first time that y'all have seen a Solicitor General this often. because the people's work ain't been done. And I'm not here crying, but I'm gonna let y'all know what's going on. Y'all told me to let y'all know, and I'm here to let y'all know.
All right, we've got a
People's
few.
work is not being done because I can't hire the people to do it, and I'm being stuck, 16,000 cases open.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I thought I was next.
Thank
No,
you,
he
Mayor.
was next.
Thank you, Mayor.
Couldn't see him.
Just want to remind council and Solicitor, appreciate you being here and your kind words. We have a budget process. We go through the budget in the spring and approve it in June, and then we have a mid-year budget adjustment. And that's what this product, this request qualifies for. So what I would like to ask council to approve is to move this to the budget, mid-year budget adjustment, which we will handle in January. So if I could ask Councilor Walker if he would amend his ordinance to reflect that, I think that would help us move along with this.
I am going to amend it, and I also just wanted to reiterate what the solicitor said as far as why this is needed and why it may be considered emergency, but we'll do it, and I'll amend for the mid-year budget just to, get more councils on board. But
We have, and pardon me, but Councilor Crabb.
Oh, sorry. You
Was
go ahead.
next in line, but we do now have a revised motion to approve, subject to review at mid-year. It's already got a second through Councilor Huff. So to that, Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. So am I reading this right, that we, in the budget, we approved one additional attorney, one additional
Do what now? I think I wiped all y'all out. I didn't know I could do that. This might be a little more dangerous. All right. There.
So in the budget session, we approved one additional attorney, one additional paralegal, and one additional advocate. Okay. Have you filled the position for the advocate and the paralegal yet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because my recommendation was going to be that we used those funds to supplement this position. That's happened several times, but that's not an option. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Garrett, if you want, did you have anything else to say? Because you've turned your light back on. I accidentally wiped y'all all out.
I just wanted to say that no matter what the solicitor says about his staff covering additional work, there's only so many hours in a day. So 16,812 open cases, they're cases that could be moved quicker, resulting in money coming to the city, people being out of our jails, cases being processed. And I just want to remind the council that, this is kind of the type of situation we saw in finance with unprocessed revenue. And they've been asking for additional staff, and we had been asking for additional things like online processing of business licenses. And he's brought us a problem that could develop into something a lot worse. It could develop into a very big backlog, even bigger than this. But either way, I've made my motion to change it to the mid-year budget, so hopefully that helps with some of the concerns. But I do think there is an emergency situation as well.
All right, Councilor Tucker?
Yes, Director Alexander, are you gonna bring back, an update in regards to our current state of our budget, where we are? Are you doing that? Is at the next meeting? Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, I'll make my comments very quick. I would like to know the percentage of employees that are exempt positions that are actually being brought in at the minimum in the pay grade. Thank you.
Councilor Kogel?
Solicitor, how many, if you hire this additional attorney, how many cases do you think that will improve? Like, what is the rate of improvement?
That would depends. That attorney walking in probably will inherit about 3,000 cases off the bat. But I try to keep the vehicle homicide cases, the DUI cases, I try to leave those cases with a senior, more experienced attorney. Of course, again, I can't say enough how overworked they are because it takes time and, to prepare those cases for trial or, what is my thing is to make sure that the defendant's rights are always being preserved. So that means the attorney has to take some extra minute to prepare. So in answer to your question, it depends on the type of case because we have several different, what I call families of crimes.
I won't hold you to a number, but what would be your best guess?
The attorney will come in and inherit an average of 3,000 cases.
What's the projected revenue from those 3,000 cases?
Right now, since I've been here, based on the research I've done, our office have generated close to $2 million for the city in fines and cases.
Okay. And can you just refresh my memory? Does all of your funding come from Columbus Consolidated Government, or are you receiving state funding too?
I'm glad you asked because that's one of the things why I'm asking for parity and equity, because my counterparts in the district attorney's office, because they're in a circuit, they get a supplement from the circuit. I just don't know all the inner workings, but to answer your question, all of my revenues, everything that comes from the district attorney, from my office, is dependent on what happens in this county and this county alone.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilor Tucker.
Director Alexander, if possible, can you provide the information regarding all the other attorneys and the supplements that they may get and where those supplements come from, meaning state or county? That way we can actually have a clear comparison for each attorney and how much they make overall. Thank you.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And just, like I said, just listening to what we're hearing today and sorting through it, I do know that if the Human Resource Director was here, she just doesn't randomly pull out a number and say this is a starting salary. She does analysis, she does research, she does all that. I don't know where that number came from. I do know we have a pay plan and it covers those positions. And I'm sure that they've been evaluated at that point. Now, when I saw some numbers up there, I saw you need one person. You're talking about one person. You've got 6 attorneys, you said, currently.
And I'm 7. Yes, 6 attorneys and
You have 6
myself.
attorneys.
Yes, sir.
Can you give me the tenure on those attorneys that they've been working for the city?
Oh, gosh. You're 8 years? 8 years?
I'm 8 years. We have somebody who's been working for 25 or 29 years. The person with the least experience has been working for 6 years. We all make $82,000. That's the flat salary for every single one of us.
That's what you're making now?
Regardless of our experience level.
And your most low, the tenure on number of years is what, 3, 4, 5 years?
6 years.
6 years?
Least experienced person in our office.
And they've gone through the pay plan adjustments and analysis?
There was no pay plan adjustment for us due to us being connected to
The tie-in.
To the DA's office, or the DA's pay. There is no pay plan. There is a set step 1, I think it's G127, step 1 is the entry level, and that is as far as the entry level gets. After 5 years, they become a senior, and they get 1 pay raise, which is to the 82,000. So you go from 62 to 82, and that is your only pay raise. In doing all of this research, I contacted the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, which handles the state pay for prosecutors officers around the district, and with my experience alone, they told me that my level was 102,000 if I moved to a state position. And for the person with the most experience in our office, it was topped out about 127. We're 5 attorneys. We have 120 cases that we handle every single week. And the 6th attorney handles every 5th Friday because they're the chief. So it's really 5 attorneys who are doing all of this work. And since we lost an attorney, we have had more work because we now have a shorter rotation where we have to read every single case that comes through, every one of those 120 plus cases, make a summary of the case that happened, the criminal history, and then make a recommendation for each of those cases. Some people have 1 or 2 charges, some people have 10 charges. You never know what you're gonna get. You have your deadline of your arraignment date, so that 120, you just have to do that. And in between that, every week we are handling jail cases of people who have misdemeanors in the jail, so we get interrupted with that.
Well, and I think
Yes.
all of this, in Councilor Field, all of this will be discussed, I think, at the mid-year budget adjustment. I think those kind of questions.
Yeah, I mean, you would make
need
your
to be
case
dealt
to the
with
Human
then.
Resource Director and all. I'm just trying to do the connection on those numbers right there, but I'm not finished. I'm not finished. But I'm sure that the Human Resource Director can give us an understanding of that number and where it came from. And again, and I would like to know if we've crossed over. I mean, I remember having many conversations with the Clerk of Superior Court about this same thing, and she has always waited to the budget cycle to come and the process that everybody goes through within our government. But I do believe that it's a very sensitive matter, that when you open that door, there's no turning back, and I'm concerned about that. There's a way to resolve it. That's what I'm saying. There's a process. I'm just saying that if we do it too early, it creates a quagmire globally, not your office. I mean, you're just having to ask, and I admire that you're representing your department. And certainly I believe there's a workload, but there's probably a lot of other things that counter that as well. It's just not like paying somebody and all of a sudden the world's perfect. It doesn't work like that. But I do want to understand that, how we got to that, and, you know, if those adjustments need to be made, we have a process in place, and that's my position. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and call the question. The question was, the motion, I believe, was to reconsider adjustments after a investigation during mid-year budget. So, and it was seconded by Councilor Huff. So all in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right. We've taken up at mid-year, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Leave this right here.
Next update will be Director Darrell Short providing an update on the landfill.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to come here today to give you a very brief update on the landfill. But before I go into that, I do want to introduce to you our new integrated waste manager. Just to read his bio very quickly for you, his name is Stefan Ralph. He is an accomplished management professional with over 36 years of progressive experience in the solid waste industry, known for his unwavering dedication, tireless work ethic, and hands-on leadership style. Stefan has built a career centered on operational excellence, public service, and sustainable growth. He most recently served as Deputy Director for the City of Houston, Texas, as a Solid Waste Department Director, Deputy Director, where he directed a workforce of over 370 employees, delivering essential services to more than 400,000 residents. In this role, he introduced innovative technologies such as AVL, which is automatic vehicle locations, RFID tags, to enhance accountability and efficiencies across the division. Mr. Ralph, throughout his career, has been driven by commitment to public service, safety, and sustainability. His ability to bridge vision and action has consistently resulted in operational improvements cost savings, and stronger community relationships. As a mentor and leader, Stefan is passionate about developing future municipal leaders and advancing the solid waste industry through innovation, education, and integrity. And we were just very lucky that he even applied, to be perfectly honest with you. We only had two applicants, I believe, for the position, and he was looking to move closer to home, which is in Florida. And so we were lucky to be able to bring Mr. Ralph on board as our new integrated waste manager, and he's already shaking things up, which I always love to see. And we are working on some definite improvements. So, Stefan, if you want to say a couple of words before I get started.
Just want to say good morning or good afternoon or good evening. Still getting adjusted to slower pace, but I'm enjoying it. My family's enjoying it, and I think I'm going to look forward to working with everyone. And if there's anything that I can do for you, just come and see me. Try to take some of the heat off Jarrell, so you can bring the heat my way. I appreciate it. Tampa. Yep. Born and raised in Tampa. I miss the blue water. That's the only thing I'm missing. So we can get some of that blue water here, I would appreciate it.
Was it Ralph or
Ralph?
Stefan Ralph?
Stefan Ralph. Now I know I have two first names.
I do too. I know what you go through.
Yeah, so it's just Stefan and then Ralph.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Mr. Ralph, we appreciate you being here. We look forward to working with you.
All right. So we're going to discuss and update you on the integrated waste Pine Grove MSW landfill. I do have our representative here with our engineering firm, Mr. Monty Jones, who will also accompany me in part of this presentation, as well as Mike Karan, who is the project manager for the methane gas extraction facility that we're building right now out at the landfill. So with that, make sure I'm doing this correctly. There we go. In my presentation, we will discuss facts about the landfill. We'll go over the history of the landfill. We'll talk about life expectancy. We'll talk about Phase 5 construction of the landfill, estimated construction cost, the GFA loan that we did apply for, and recommendations and in our request, as well as I will give you a very brief presentation on the landfill group, which is a company that's doing the extraction facility. So some facts about Pine Grove. It's located at 7900 Pine Grove Way. It's 342 acres of land. It was originally designed with 6 phases for household waste. Phases 1 through 3 are complete, and when I say complete, I don't mean they're done, they're just inactive. Phase 4 is currently active, that's where we're working right now. With the approval of our vertical expansion, we are estimated to complete Phase 4 in January of 2035. Now, I just want to make sure that we are very clear when we're talking about the estimated timeframes that we're giving you. All of these timeframes are estimates done by our engineering firm, but there are various variables that go into account when they're giving us this estimate. That's everything from the amount of the volume of waste that's coming into the landfill to the compaction rate that we're able to get with our compactor, as well as other equipment that we use to handle the waste that comes into the landfill. So I want to make sure you understand that. These are good dates, good timelines, but they can change based on those variables. So in the history of Pine Grove, we started with Phase 1 in 1999, Phase 2 started in 2003, Phase 3 in 2006, Phase 4, which we're working in right now, started initially in 2013. And again, the estimated closure of Phase 4 with the vertical expansion is January of 2035. In talking about the life expectancy of the landfill, again, Phases 1 through 3 are inactive. Phase 4 capacity timeline, right now, that's the pit area that we're working on in the landfill, is due January of 2026. Phase 4 capacity timeline with the new vertical expansion that we've received is January of 2035, and I realize I've got October on there, and I was working on this in October, so my apologies for that. Phase 5 capacity timeline, once constructed, will take us to 2045. With the vertical expansion permit and Phases 5 and 6, once all are constructed, will take us through to 2062. So where are we with the construction of Phase 5 at this point in time? So the construction documents and specifications have been received from our engineers, Atlanta Coast Consulting. Construction documents and these specifications have been approved by our in-house engineering department. Purchasing is currently actively doing specification preparation for the advertisement of this construction. Once it's advertised and all bid submissions are due 1 week after the advertisement closes, and then, of course, we would like to be able to award the contract at that point. So I recognize that many of you are not familiar with the landfill, and I thought this was a great slide to put in place for you to have a good visual of what we're doing on the landfill and what the landfill looks like. So if you look on the far right-hand corner of your screen, those are phases 1, 2, and 3 that I was talking about at the very bottom that are inactive. Phase 4 is at the top. That is what we're currently working in. If you go to the left at the bottom, you have your C&D waste areas. Those are your construction and demolition waste areas. And above that is Phase 5 and Phase 6. And you can see how our engineers have broken Phase 5 into Cell 5A, Cell 5B, Cell 5C. Actually, there'll be a D&E later on, as well as Phase 6. So because we knew funding was going to be a challenge for us for the construction of Phase 5, we asked our engineers to come back with a different breakdown of how we can pay for Phases 5A, B, and we determined that we would make C an add alternate. So we are looking for council's approval to complete the bid process that we're starting. And once it's completed, we will give a notice to proceed the construction of Phase 5A and 5B. Once we've given that notice to proceed, you're looking at about 7 months before we're able to start that construction. Same thing with add alternate 5C. We'll come back asking for council approval, construction funds for the add alternate Phase 5C. And once that has been given, we will look at an additional 3 months to have that completed. And so now I'm going to ask our consultant with Atlanta Coast Consulting, Mr. Jones, to come up and give you information regarding the construction costs.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks, Drell. So like Drell said, we reworked the construction documents to give you all just some more flexibility and options to the financing. So we separated out the first 2 phases, 5A and 5B, redid the construction documents with those 2 phases, as well as the bid documents for those 2 phases. And then 5C will be an add alternate in that bid. So it just it reduces the scope a little bit, reduces the cost if you just want to build those first 2 phases, and then you can see where the construction costs actually come in at. And then if it's agreeable, you can go ahead and do the add alternate for the 3rd phase. But earlier in the year, our engineer's opinion and probable cost was presented. So we just reworked that opinion and probable cost for the first 2 phases, and that comes out to about $7.5 million. And then the other phase is $1.6 million if constructed at the same time. But it's within the original cost estimate we gave, which was around $9 million. And I guess the only thing I'll say about we are design consultants, we're not construction companies, so these numbers, while I believe they are good estimates, you won't actually know what the construction cost is until you go through the competitive bid process and you start getting actual contractors putting numbers to this. I mean, my guess is you'd probably get some that are higher, some that are lower, some that are right in the middle, but you won't know the actual construction cost until those competitive bids start coming in. But this separates it out and gives you kind of more options and flexibility based on the financing.
And just for clarification, I believe 5A and 5B, that portion includes all of the infrastructure for all the phases. If you could just touch on that.
Yeah, thanks, Pam. I did want to mention that, so thank you. So if, it looks really lopsided, right, between that one cell and the other 2 cells. That's because in that previous picture that Drell was showing of the landfill, you're currently in your constructed phases. So this is a whole new area of the landfill, and it requires new infrastructure. It requires roads, gravity sewer mains, force mains, a pump station over there so it can get the wastewater up to the sanitary sewer. So once you have that all built in these first 2 phases, then
you know, when you continue to do the other phases, the construction cost goes down considerably because then it's more of a grading project. You know, you're not installing all that infrastructure and you're just building out new phases and then tying that gravity sewer into the existing infrastructure. So it does continue to go down over time. But yeah, thank you, Pam.
Councilor Crabb, do you have a? Hang on. Well, let's do it this way. We have lost. Well, it's not giving me an option for the mic on. So it's either timed out or I've broken it.
What is the status of the vertical expansion?
It's approved. So, sorry, we kind of use major modification and vertical expansion interchangeably. But it takes a major modification to do a vertical expansion, but it is approved.
So are you working on that right now?
Well, I mean, the landfill can start filling in those terraces right now, you know, so yes. And then, and it's also important to know that the vertical expansion wasn't just for phases 1 through 4. It was also for phases 5 and 6. So 1 through 4 is kind of like niche airspace. It's hard to get at this point because you're going and you're filling in the terraces. But phases 5 and 6, you're going from the ground up. So you're just building straight up at a 3-to-1 slope, no terraces, easy to get, extends the total life of the landfill by about 20 years. So, but it's all approved. They can start filling in the terraces at 1 through 4 right now. And when we go to build phases 5 and 6, we can just go up at that 3-to-1 slope and they tack on soil berms for stormwater diversion. So, yes.
So the approval of the vertical expansion gave us how many more years?
Well, 17 really, yeah.
So we have, how long does this construction for 5A, B, and C take?
It'd be about 9 months or so.
Pardon?
9 months.
So we have 16 years to, before we really need to do that.
No, because it's between the two 1 through 4 and 5 and 6. That 17 years is between those two. You probably, with a vertical expansion, you probably have about 9 to 10 more years in phases 1 through 4. The only thing I would say about that is like, we're talking about niche airspace. At this point, it's really hard to get. So it would behoove you to build phase 5 so that you kind of have an easy landfilling area to go into. And then you work on filling in those terraces when you have optimal conditions, like dry, because like I said, at this point, it's hard to get that airspace, but it can be done. It's just you kind of want to have an easy area to landfill while you're working on that. And that'll actually allow you to get more waste in those terraces if you just do it slowly when it's optimal conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Anchor?
I had just, looking out 37 years to 2062, I know we're working today, but what do we need to do and when to prepare? What do we do when we get to 37 years from now? It seems like it's going to go fast.
Oh, you mean to the total end of the life?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you want me to? Oh, okay, sorry. So you have a few options. Right now, you're borrowing from parcel 16, which is adjacent to the landfill. So that's where your soil borrows.
What does that mean, we're borrowing? I see that on the map.
Sorry, that's where so every day you have to cover the trash with soil.
Okay.
So that's where that soil's coming from, is parcel 16. We just permitted that recently. And that could be a future option for you. As long as you don't borrow below the groundwater table, you could kind of save that, and then in the future, you could do another major modification to kind of incorporate that into Pine Grove, and then permit it as a MSW landfill.
That looks like about a 20 to 25% increase past 2062.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So there's that. There's also parcel 11, which is your old borrow area. I think that's currently owned by the Development Authority, so there's probably some, sorry.
And then I had a question about finance. We just increased our per household fees. I'm gonna estimate that's around $500,000 a year. Maybe this is for Drayle, it might be for you, Director. And then what do we get from fees on the per ton tipping increase that we're starting in, I think, January?
They did start in January.
And how much?
$87.50 a ton.
$87.50 a ton from 34, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, how many tons a year do we put in there? What's our increase of revenue?
Oof. I did not have that information with me, but I could do a referral and get that back to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Absolutely.
And then I think that the ultimate question I have is about the term of debt, or not debt, but spend. I don't know how, 5A, 5B, 5C, 9.1 million. We're gonna begin that and end it within 9 months. And is that money collected? How's it gonna transpire?
I'm gonna go more into that as we continue in the presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I thank you, Monty, for that. So in answer to your question, sir, we did apply for a GFA loan, and GFA stands for the Georgia Environmental Financial Assistance loan for the purpose of helping to fund this project. Our GFA application had to be submitted on September 2nd, and we made that goal, and we had it in. The board, the GFA board will be reviewing our application in November. The requested amount that we asked from GFA was approximately $7.85 million to help with the construction costs for this expansion. The current estimated cost for the total expansion is $9.1 million. We did get a preliminary notice from GFA of an award amount, which was $5.88 million. The current general fund subsidy that we received was $1.32 million. So if you take all of that, the estimated funding differential is approximately $1.9 million. Just to give you some loan terms, as far as the GFA loan is concerned, there's a 15-year amortization period. The interest is not to exceed $4.5 million. The estimated annual debt service for this loan will be approximately $457,000. Like I said, we did get a preliminary call regarding the award, in which GFA told us that it could possibly be as much as $5.88 million, but that was the highest that we were going to be able to get from GFA at this time. I hope that answered your question, sir. Okay. So that's all that I have as it relates to the landfill, but I do want to go over and show you some things going on with our landfill group, the methane gas extraction and energy facility that we're building on this facility. We're really excited about it. Construction started in September of 2025. The commercial operation of this gas facility is targeted for late first quarter of 2026, which means we'll start having revenue coming in for that as well. Contractors working on this project right now, we have Advance One, which is our general contractor. You have Columbus Concrete, which is they're handling the foundations. Smith & Gray Incorporated is handling the underground conduit. Building and Earth is our geotechnical company, and Moon and Meeks are our surveyors. So where are we right now with building this facility? The underground utilities and foundation work are currently underway with concrete, electrical, and mechanical contractors active on the site. Over the next several weeks, underground conduit and foundation pours in preparation for the equipment setting. Major process skids and supporting components for this facility are scheduled to be delivered by January. Liberty Utilities is coordinating to install its pipeline interconnect and delivery equipment before the end of the year. The project remains on a shifted schedule, which means that there are various variables that can contribute to where they are in the building of this facility, with operations targeted to begin in 2026. When I talked about variables, I'm talking about things like concrete pouring. You can't pour it when the temperature is a certain temperature in the environment, and so they have to wait until the temperature warms up, or different variables of that sort in building this facility. So we're really excited about it. We're looking to get some great revenue out of it for a long time, which will help us to offset some of the costs for the operating of our landfill. And with that, we are here to answer any other questions that you may have.
Doesn't appear to be any. Thank you, Drayle.
Thank you, Director Short. The last update for this afternoon is City Hall update with Director Pruitt as we are moving into completion of Phase 2, just to give some public information and information to City Council on which offices will be moving when and what the public access points will be.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, Mr. City Manager. Wanted to give an update on City Hall. We've come to completion of another phase of that project. Again, this was part of the entire Government Center replacement. You know, obviously we have the Judicial Center, we had the Sheriff's Building, and then we had City Hall, which was broken up into two separate phases. So the work in Phase 2, the renovation, was done in this building, which was the former Synovus Bank branch there at Broadway and 12th Street. So these are the four buildings that comprise of City Hall, just for a reminder. So again, top left is Broadway and 12th. We call that the Executive Building. On First Avenue, the Development Resource Center, the brick building there. On Broadway, the bottom right is the HR Building. And then bottom left is also on Broadway. And that's where the city's Health and Wellness Center is currently located. So upcoming relocations. This month, the mayor, city manager, which will include both the deputy city managers, city attorney, clerk of council, and Keep Columbus Beautiful, will be relocating to that building on the corner of 12th Street and Broadway. So the mayor's on the 5th floor, and you can see where the rest of the offices will be located. So those, they're actually scheduled to begin next week. We've been coordinating with those offices to get those folks relocated. They have experience. Everybody but Keep Columbus Beautiful has already moved once into some temporary housing for them in Phase 1 of City Hall. So, but all these departments get to move beginning next week. So here's the total layout of the City Hall complex, the ground floor plan. You can see 12th Street is to the plan north, Broadway to the west. The parking garage, the city's parking garage, is on the south, and First Avenue is to the east. So the red entrances, which there's only two of those highlighted, which is the First Avenue entrance and the Broadway entrance through the courtyard. Those are the public entrances currently, and that will remain when these offices move. And that decision was made in coordination with the sheriff's office and their recommendation as far as a security perspective. So that is the current plan. Again, we can evaluate that, adjust that in the future as necessary. The Broadway entrance is the accessible entrance. The slopes on the other side of the building and the streets are too severe to provide compliant parking and a pathway to those entrances. So Broadway being flat is the accessible entrance. We are in the process of adding automatic doors to those two entrances just for convenience for people coming in and out. So just some photos of Phase 2. This is actually in the first floor, which will eventually be the home of the Finance Department, the Revenue Division. So this is the employee side of all the windows. This is hallway, again, back of house. All that wood paneling, that was all existing. Again, we tried to reuse as many components of the Synovus building as we could. So it's actually cheaper to leave the wood paneling than have to tear it out, build a new wall, refinish it, paint it. So we were able to keep that. This is the Revenue Division's lobby. Again, reused a lot of the existing finishes. That floor is the original terrazzo, which actually was covered up in the former bank with some carpet. So we were able to take that off, refinish the terrazzo, and reutilize that as some cost savings as well. Just kind of a standard, typical office here. Again, the furniture that you see in this picture, that was all procured as part of the building purchase. So reusing as much as we can, really purchased a limited amount of new furniture kind of for some unique spaces. So most of the standard office furniture and cubicles and that kind of thing came reused. And then this is a picture, just a waiting room for one of the offices. You know, you'll come up to each floor, and first thing you're going to come to is the waiting room where you can be greeted and let into each department. So once we finish these relocations in November and December, we'll be doing some more moves. A lot of us over at the annex, to include my department, inspections and codes, engineering, the planning department, community reinvestment, will be moving over to City Hall, to the Development Resource Center, that building on First Avenue. So we're taking the third floor, which is currently where the mayor and city manager, city attorney, clerk of council are. So we'll be backfilling that space. And then 2026, we will be relocating the finance department, revenue division from the CSC here next door into City Hall. The reason they're moving a little bit later is, obviously we're coming up on renewal season. Those folks have to send a lot of mail out, and we just didn't want to create confusion with, changing an address and where you go to get your license right before renewal season. So that was the reason that decision was pushed back till next year. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Councilor Anchor? Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the follow-up. And I'm trying to get a vision of what it's going to look like in the future on all the floors in terms of activity. There's been a lot of moving pieces. And can we see and feel what it's going to look like in the terms of people in the building, in the halls, in the offices on all three floors, not counting the executive, I'm going to call it the executive tower. I hear finance is moving to first floor. I might have missed. Was there anybody else currently?
So finance is moving to the first floor of that building. In phase one, you have on the first floor, which is currently over there, was, those relocations were done in the summer of 2023. You have the rest of the finance department, the accounting, purchasing, those folks. You have cooperative extension is on the first floor. They moved from the annex over there. The 311 center moved from the CSC over there. And then on the second floor of that original building, you have the IT department, the Parks and Rec that are administrative offices, and then you have the job training division.
Is there room for, in future, if we were be brainstorming, I look at that as beachfront property, and it's kind of a dead block as we walk from retail. We miss that block and we go back down. Now, we're moving people into there. That's exciting. I know this is good for the city ultimately in the long run. Are there any opportunities to push our working staff up to redevelop downstairs? It's almost a rhetorical question, but how many total square feet do we have, including the executive offices and First, the 1100 block of First?
If I recall correctly, the whole complex was approximately 250,000 square feet across all the buildings.
Okay. And how many do we build in Judicial Center?
So the Judicial Center, when it's complete, will be 343,000.
Okay. So we've effectively moved out, I'm gonna call the tower and the annex, 250,000 into the Judicial Center and the beachfront property. It's easy to recognize to me, to over 500,000 square feet.
So the tower was about 275 and the annex is about 60. So, we moved from about 330, 340 into that new space. And we do have, City Hall does have some future growth space that we haven't renovated as part of this renovations that the city does have to grow into in the future.
All right, I have a few other questions. We appropriated a new generator, and I've seen it in the alleyway. Is that where it's gonna stay? Is there any future, get that up, get it over? Do we have a long-term plan, or is it gonna stay there?
So that is the location for the generator. We did evaluate other locations, could you put it on top of the parking garage somewhere, out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, due to its weight, it would have required significant modifications to the parking garage to make that happen. And then how do you get the fuel up there too? It was the other concern. And we do recognize the visual issues with it. Obviously, when we planned it, we had a building next door that would help shield it. And unfortunately, that went away. So we are in the process of reviewing options on how to make it look better and fit in better in Uptown.
Okay, and in the current plan of moving in finance and the annex, are there any open spaces that are unaccounted for today? And I have a specific question. The reason I'm asking it, are we considering a long-term plan for promoting downtown? Maybe it's Uptown, maybe it's visitors, and any along that shoppable space on Broadway.
So I'll respond to that. We have had preliminary conversations on how some of that space could be utilized. What I have, and I had conversations with Uptown, is we need to move. We need to see what space the city is going to be able to utilize in order to determine if there is space available and how it could be utilized. So once we get through this move and then we have another move that we'll be looking at people moving out of the annex back into the judicial center and then also to the CSC, then we'll be able to evaluate that future space and what it could be used
Does
for.
that sound like a first quarter of 26 evaluation?
It will be first, second quarter of 26. That's correct.
Yeah, thanks for the answers, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I think, Councilor Crabb?
Thanks. A couple questions. Wanted to confirm that, from the slide there, I can't remember what floor, is it second floor that the clerk of council is on?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to confirm that that whole floor would be reserved for clerk of council because they are planning on planning expansion. And then also, as the years go by, there's going to be more need for storage and everything. So I just wanted to confirm that that whole floor is clerk of council,
So
designated for clerk of council.
Yeah, they are currently the only tenant on that floor. There is a large, tended to be a shared, the clerk of council has their own conference room for their own use, but there is a large shared conference room. It actually used to be the boardroom for the previous owner of the building, so that's really a shared conference room. But they're the only tenant there, so as needs develop in the future, the floor plan of that area could be modified to, accommodate their needs.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to go back to the parking garage situation because I attended an event at the Pearl a few weeks ago. And so I went to park in the parking garage. And it says that the public can use 1 and 2. But a large portion of those parking spots are reserved for government employees. And I would like us to readdress that. I think that government employees should be parking past the gates and that all government vehicles should be parked past the gates, and those first 2 levels should remain open for public parking. At that event, we really needed additional parking in that area, and we couldn't use it because nobody would park in those reserved spots. And so I'd really like to readdress that again, and hopefully this time when we talk about it, some action can be taken.
We'll look at that.
There's actually going to be an additional impact on that garage when the folks from the annex get there anyway. So it's going to have to absorb all the cars from the employees that are currently working over off 10th.
They can be on the top floors past the gate, because there's plenty of space up there.
There is room up there. Councilor Kogel?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's been a contention for a lot of the uptown business owners, where there's limited amount of parking spaces, particularly after hours, where you're coming down Broadway, everything is blocked off, especially during the Uptown concert series. So if that's something that we can work out, where either after 5 or on the weekends, that it opens up some extra parking for those business owners as restaurant owners. I know that's one of the big challenges of being in Uptown. Many of you know who have tried to go to any of the restaurants tend to fight those limited amounts of parking. And so whether we come to some sort of compromise where it's particularly after hours and not during hours, I think we can reach an agreement. There was I know originally when we were talking about this, there was some concern, or there was a comment made that there was a security issue with access to City Hall, but now that that building has been taken down by, where the generator is, that ends up being a straight shot right into the parking garage anyway, and I think it's been demonstrated over the last year and a half that hasn't really been too much of an issue, so, I would also like to support Counselor Crabb in that motion, or not, in that comment, to bring it back.
All right, thank you. Counselor Davis?
It's been brought up. I have to agree. I think it's an eyesore and I'm talking about the generator, that really stands out. I think with the proper screening, we can handle that. I don't know the decision-making process and all that, and really, I don't know why it's there, but, we can screen that. I would recommend some decorative brick or whatever, wall around it, maybe even take out one of those pads there on the sidewalk. I guess that used to be a path into the parking garage, and people will probably go walk through the vacant lot now, but maybe take out one of those and put some landscaping or something in. I mean, those are options. I mean, that's just what I would do, and it kind of goes away and hides it, but certainly right now it's definitely an eyesore. Thank you.
All right. I think that's it.
All right, thank you. That concludes the city manager's agenda.
All right. Okay, hold on. We've got, Counselor Kokel?
Before we move on, I want to make a request to bring back a presentation on where we are with A.J. McClung Stadium and the renovations and the upgrades that we have been chasing for the last little while. We put some budget funds aside several years ago and have experienced, or not experienced, have expressed some interest in renovating A.J. McClung and putting perhaps additional dollars towards that. If we could just get an update on that with World Cup coming and the topic of the soccer, I think it's an appropriate time.
Okay. Counselor Hickey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, before we move on, I'd like to make a request for Director Alexander, that if you, when you come back for the next council meeting, can you just research the cost of probably 10 flock cameras, and where we can have them, if we're able to purchase them at mid-budget, where we can tie them into with the real-time crime center, and just have some concerns about some locations that I'd like to see them, especially in East Columbus area and South Columbus as well.
All right. Thank you, sir. Counselor Garrett?
Thank you. I'd like to request an update. I emailed the Director of Code Enforcement and the City Attorney's Office regarding Airbnbs. So I'd like to ask for an update on that, just a short presentation on what we can and cannot do legally to restrict Airbnbs in residential areas. This was an area that's been brought up several times, but we keep having it pop up, and it came up again in the affordable housing, so I think it's worth a discussion. Thank you.
Counselor Tucker?
Yes, I wanted to respond to my colleague here. Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin said, I think the first meeting in December, we're going to have the A.J. McClung update. So thank you, ma'am, for bringing that. Thank you.
All right. Make sure there's no more lights. Madam Clerk? It's on.
Good afternoon. On the clerk's agenda, the first item we have are minutes of various boards.
Motion second, receive the minutes. Are there any that anyone would like to edit or have questions on? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Minutes are received.
Next, we have board appointments. First, we have the mayor's appointments. For the Building Authority of Columbus, we have a vacant position. For the Housing Authority of Columbus, the mayor is renominating Tiffany Stacy.
Motion second to confirm, Ms. Stacy. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed. And I'll get you those other two by 18th.
Yes, sir, thank you. Next, we have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees. We have the vacant seat for the Business Community Rep. These, excuse me, these next appointments are ready for confirmation. We have the Personnel Review Board, Natalie McDowell has been nominated. The Recreation Advisory Board.
Motion second to approve Ms. McDowell. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Move to approve B, C, and D.
B, C, and D. All right, there's a motion. And E?
And E.
All right, there's a motion and a second to confirm all those individuals listed in items B, C, D, and E. All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Next, we have the Airport Commission, and I did want to state that on the agenda, it's listed that the commission submits 3 nominees for consideration, and after speaking with the city attorney's office, I have learned that they actually submit 1 nominee for council to confirm, so we'll make this correction on our board management system and other sources.
Move reappointment of Art Ginn.
All right, there's a motion and a second. There's no second. There's a motion. Is there a second to Art Ginn?
Excuse.
Is there, we have a motion for Art Ginn to be re-approved. You second it? I have a, is there a second? Okay.
I was going to say that I actually corresponded with the airport director this morning, and I have not received a nominee from the commission.
Okay, so that was,
So-
Art Ginn was not sent over by the,
No, sir.
okay. So there's nobody, there is no nominee at this particular time?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, it's withdrawn. Counselor Tucker?
Yes, in reference to the minutes, can you list which, boards have not submitted minutes within the last so many months or?
Counselor Tucker, we actually, our Assistant Deputy Clerk has actually compiled a compliance report for the boards. She went through every single board from 2020 to current to see what minutes we have received and which ones we have not, based off their schedule. So we have, it's kind of in a draft form right now because, between packing, preparing for meetings, she's been trying her hardest to get this done, and she has submitted the draft to me. And so we're actually identifying several issues in the information that's being provided in the minutes that makes it unclear. So I hope to have that complete and ready for council on November 18th, so you can kind of see what we're dealing with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Counselor Anchor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wondered when the last time we've heard from the airport authority and if we could hear from them on the rebuild of our runway and the status of it, number one. But number two, also the $16 million of our special local option sales tax for the rebuild of the FBO. And I think this is would be a good conversation if this is the way that we absolutely want to move forward with that tax. I've received several calls from even private individuals that use the facility that would rather, have some different ideas. I think I'd like to get caught up on it if that's an option for the next meeting.
Yeah, we can get Amber here to give an update, but that's probably a different group that you're talking about that we could, I think we have some of those individuals, we could invite them to come provide a separate update on the FBO from the user's perspective.
Okay.
Okay?
And how we intend to get return on that investment.
But, because I think the challenge is that the airport commission reports up through the airport director, so, or excuse me, vice versa.
Well, on the authority, okay, and there's 3 open positions on this authority, is that what I heard you say?
No, sir. There's only one member that their term is expiring, but he is eligible to serve another term, but we have to wait to hear from the commission because they submit 1 nominee to council for confirmation.
Okay?
Thank you.
But
Yes,
we'll
sir.
get that update.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to nominate in the next section, when you get to that, make a nomination. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For the Community Development Advisory Council, we have vacant positions for Districts 2, 6, and 8. Mayor Pro Tem Allen is nominating Shannon Rowe, and Counselor Garrett is nominating Jack Sly. They can both be confirmed.
Move confirmation.
Motion second for those confirmations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Next, we have the Public Safety Advisory Commission. We need nominees for Districts 5 and 9. For the Youth Advisory Council, we need a nominee for District 9. Next, we have council appointments, and any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. Thank you, Counselor Crabb. We'll bring these back on the 18th. We also have 2 vacant seats, and one is for the Georgia Vet Tech, and the next is for Animal Rescue Shelter Representative. For the Board of Health, we need a nominee, and I'm actually reaching out to them to see if they have any recommendations. For the Board of Tax Assessors, Counselor Crabb is renominating Mr. Jeffcoat, and we will bring this back. For the Board of Water Commissioners, we have the seat of Wes Kelly, and he does not desire reappointment, so we will need a nominee. For the Liberty Theater and Cultural Arts Center Advisory Board, we have 2 vacant seats. For New Horizons, we need a nominee for Judge Ranieri's seat, and Mayor Pro Tem Allen is going to be assisting us in getting a nominee for that. For the Personnel Review Board, we need nominees for the regular member seats for 1 and 4. And then we also need nominees for alternative member seats 4, 1, 2, 3, and 5. And we're actually going to be working with an organization for recommendations. For the Uptown Facade Board, we have 2 vacant seats, one for the Uptown Business Improvement District and the next for Uptown Columbus. And I did want to add very quickly, Mr. Mayor, the Clerk of Council's office has an effort to try to reach out to the community to try to get some of these boards filled. We have created a Facebook page, and we've had several chairpersons of the boards that are sharing our post and the links for people to get information and apply. And also some of our departments like the Community Reinvestment Department, they've been helping us as well.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have had a request to go into executive session, but we do have, I know at least one individual that wants some additional time. So, Ms. Elamine, if you want to come to the podium. And while you do, I will tell you that I owe you an apology. I had, for some reason, thought that you had ceded the rest of your time to getting the answers from the council. So I'm going to add another minute and a half to the time that you have to speak.
Dear Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate how fair you are, and forgive me for sounding kind of mean and feeling you were treating me unfairly. But budgets are moral and political documents. I've lived in a lot of cities, and this Columbus Consolidated Government, which I have openly said does not benefit Black people, it's true, because when I look at that charter, and I know that it was no Black people on the Charter Commission when it was adopted, I do understand that this complicated Columbus Consolidated Government is into construction, and it's anti-people. It's anti-people. At the end of 2026, quite a few of you, I think, may be gone, may be gone. But on the issue of Mr. Hatcher and Niecy's barbecue, I appreciate Deputy City Manager saying she may have misspoke, but I heard very clearly her saying to him that he was out of the 1 mile zone. So since there is no 1 mile zone, It's like two bad little boys in school with Mr. Garrett and Mr. David whispering while people are talking. It's really rude. Please stop doing it. And I just want to say that Columbus is changing. I see big changes in 2027. And as I watch people coming here challenging your racial disparities, I feel hopeful because this is a racist government. It was founded as a racist government. And as I said to Mr. King, when he spoke talking about Indian occupation, this land was stolen from the Creek and Muskogee. You are the occupiers. You stole the land. It's in your history. So let's be clear about that. And when I said it to Mr. King, he acknowledged the land is stolen from the indigenous people. Black indigenous people of color are mistreated in this town, and that needs to change. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You good? All right. I think that's it for the public agenda. We do need to go into an executive session for acquisition and disposal of real estate.
Executive session.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session. And we'll clear the chambers, please. Yeah, that's all. The session? Oh, for what? His presentation? Yeah. As long as he doesn't video me. I belong to the tribe in southern Florida that believes they take a piece of your soul when they take pictures. Oh, no, I have to charge for my likeness. I don't know this guy. If he's as long as he knows, just like other folks, if they try to trap me in something, I'll treat them with the same respect they show me. We're good. Why? You messed me up 3 or 4 times. We on? Got you, thank you. All right, we have been in executive session to discuss the acquisition and disposal of land. No votes were taken. I do want to make two very quick comments. One, Veterans Day is coming up on Tuesday, the 11th, but we will celebrate with a parade on Saturday. So I want to invite all of you there. It's extra special. It's only the second one since Pops has no longer been driving that whole. He was passionate, and he's the one that brought this parade back, and it's grown into a tremendous way for us to salute and thank our veterans. So I hope all of council and I hope all of the public will be there. Lastly, I'll mention, you've heard us talk about there was a delegation that went to Jeonju, South Korea, and we'll bring that group in here hopefully next week and kind of let them tell you what it is that we were able to accomplish in South Korea. I can tell you right now, I don't know about the mayor's office, but the delegation that was there impressed the heck out of everybody that was there in South Korea. It was a global forum. I had told Councilor Davis earlier, I don't know that I've ever sat between a former prime minister and a president of the UN without spilling soup all over myself or something. So, but it's a great story from the people who need to tell it. We'll get them here in the next meeting. Having said that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you. And thank the school district for helping us out. No, I can't say chicken. I've had chicken food. I will tell you that is one of the hardest languages to try to emulate what they say. Because I thought I could listen to it and I didn't trust myself.
Well, do you have a fond love for kimchi?
I did like it. I like the two I like best. I had some radish kimchi, and they had some of the red cabbage that was a little spicy. It was good. It was good if you got a piece of meat with that.
Fresh stuff? Fresh stuff is good.
Thank you.
We all do the fermented stuff.
Yeah, I don't want the real. A little spicy is okay.